which starts tomorrow and ends on 17th. So as a Elimu Yetu Coalition, we feel very pleased to be here today on behalf of the thematic group on SNE that has organized this forum. I want to can you hear me now?
Check. Check, check, check.
It's called technology sometimes. It lets us down, but I think we are now good to go. I'll start by introducing myself. So my name is Elizabeth Owiti. I work with the Elimu Yetu Coalition as the Senior Campaigns Officer. And I'm very happy to be here today and to have all of you represented here. Like I was saying, we have organized this forum as a build-up activity to the 2022 Global Disability Summit that starts tomorrow and ends on 17th. So maybe for those of you who may have not registered, we encourage you to register so that after this discussion, you can also benefit from the discussions that will be going on at the Global Summit. To start us off, I want to invite one person to lead us in a word of prayer. Okay. Amen. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. We'll move to a round of introduction so that we get to know who is in the room. And I will start with this side. John? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Mzuri. All the time. God is good. Good morning.
High Community Empowerment Forum, Kakamega Cell.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Charles Chika, working with Ruma Women Development, Siaya County, Siaya Sen.
Good morning. My name is Grace Japsaragon, working with the Ministry of Education, Directorate of Special Needs Education.
Good morning. My name is Faith Moriungi, working with the Ministry of Education, Directorate of Special Needs.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Francis Musioka from Makuene County Education Network. I'm also a teacher, a special needs education teacher. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Ruth Samuel from Kitui County, working for Mumoni and the Kiso organization.
Good morning. I'm Lilian Onyango. I'm presenting CRESH, and I'm also with the County Education Board, Nairobi.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Daisy Angela Pondi, working with Vine Africa, Nairobi County.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Eric Ayeye from Vine Africa. Eric Ayeye, Vine Africa, Nairobi County.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Paula Dodge. I work with Trace Kenya in Mombasa.
Good morning. My name is Alice Macharia. I work with We World Kenya Foundation. We're in various counties. That is, currently we have running projects in Migori, Homa Bay, Isiolo, and Narok. And I'm in charge of education and child protection.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Isabel Wamoyo. I work with IAS, and I am in the meal department. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm Olal Desmond from Reformist Organization, Nairobi County.
Thank you. And we have Tim. Have you introduced yourself? Thank you. Thank you very much. There are those who have not introduced themselves, but they will do so as they give their remarks. Allow me to go to the objectives of this meeting today and maybe a brief background of how the meeting came to be. So this meeting has been organized by Elimietu Coalition in collaboration with a thematic group that works on inclusive education. The thematic group is part of Elimietu structure, where we are looking at strengthening certain themes within the education sector. So one of the thematic areas we are having is special needs education, and we are having an inclusive education thematic group that has been planning for a number of activities starting last year. So this team developed a work plan for the next 6 months, and one of the activities that came up that was very necessary for us to have was the policy forum. Reason being, we are having the Global Disability Summit that is happening from tomorrow. Most of you are aware. But we felt like, as a country, this will give us an opportunity to reflect upon the education sector in our country, look at the progress, assess some of the gaps that exist, and then come up with ways through which we can address some of those gaps for the betterment of our children. So for all those who are here today, feel privileged because we were not able to have a bigger group. We only invited 40 because of the resources that were at hand. But we still said that even if we are few, we will get representatives that can be here, and those who are here today are going to deliberate on some of these issues that affect our learners that are living with special needs and disabilities. So that is why we are here today. The meeting has four main objectives, and one of the objectives is to present a platform for stakeholders to discuss implementation of the sector policy for learners and trainees with disability, 2018. That is one of the policies that guide us. Actually, it is the main one because it is anchored on the Basic Education Act that guides the education sector. So as we are here today, we are hoping to have some discussion around it and look at where are the gaps, what are some of the achievements, where are the gaps, and how can we work together as stakeholders to be able to address those gaps. Because at the end of the day, we are here to discuss ways through which we can improve access to quality education for our children. The second one is to present policy recommendations of CSOs on inclusive education. I think as non-state actors and mainly the thematic group that has been working on this, we had time to reflect and came up with some of a summary, and I think it is one of the documents that you are having in the folder. A summary of some of the issues that we feel are ailing education, and specifically inclusive education in Kenya, and I've proposed some of the recommendations that, if taken into consideration, we think can improve access to quality education for learners with disabilities and special needs. The third one is to enable policymakers to share achievements, gaps, and plans on inclusive education in Kenya. We have invited different groups here, and one is the Directorate of Special Needs Education. We also invited Directorate of Policy, Partnerships, and East African Affairs. We invited Teachers Service Commission, and we also invited KISE as some of the representatives of the government that would help us unpack or have this discussion that we are having here today. We are looking forward to hearing from them on some of the achievements and gaps and plans of how we can improve access to inclusive education in Kenya. The last one is to develop concrete steps forward on the issues discussed. We will not just talk and go. We are looking forward to coming up with some concrete actions that we are planning to take together as stakeholders to improve education in our country. I think for us to come this far is because we want to find a solution. We want to find the best way that we can support the implementation of this policy. So even as we wait to hear from the government, as stakeholders, we are also looking forward to some concrete actions of how we can address some of the gaps that we will have identified. So in a nutshell, those are the objectives that are going to guide us throughout the day, and we hope the time that we have allocated for this discussion will be adequate enough for us to achieve the set objectives. Up to there, allow me to move forward and invite our national coordinator, Joseph Wasihongo, to give us his remarks. Karibu sana, Bwana Joseph.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for setting for us the stage for discussion today. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I take time to appreciate the Special Needs Thematic Group for being able to put this event together. And special thanks goes to the International Aid Services for being able to sponsor this particular event. And I recognize their presence, including the presence of the regional team here. I think we'll get an opportunity to hear from them, and we are grateful for this particular endeavor. I also take time to appreciate the presence of the Government of Kenya. The Directorate of Special Needs is well represented here through the Director, and I've seen there are several staff who are here representing the Directorate. Like Elizabeth had indicated, we are expecting participation from the Teacher Service Commission, as well as the Directorate of Policy Partnerships and East African Affairs. And we appreciate the presence of the government in this particular event. To all of you who have come from the county, various counties, I've seen many of our members through the SENS, which is County Education Network. This is a network that brings together civil society entities together to discuss matters related to education, including even the government officers on the ground. I'm glad that several SENS are invited here or are here today, despite the fact that we could only work with 40 participants based on the resources at hand. I have seen the plan, and the plan as organized by the thematic group, and I realize that we have a packed agenda today. And as a result of that, I'm just going to share a few remarks with regard to the day-to-day so that I can open up an opportunity to hear from the government, to hear from the rest of the stakeholders, and also to be able to usher ourselves into discussions on matters that are very, very critical to us. My first point is a point that you're very, very familiar with. Our Constitution recognizes the right to education for every child, and this includes children with special needs, or children as actually represented through special needs education. And as Elizabeth had pointed out, the ministry is implementing the sector policy for learners and trainees with disability of 2018. And we know that within the policy, we have got actions targeted towards learners with physical, visual, speech impairments, and essentially geared towards addressing matters related to children with special needs. Secondly, we are aware that the government policy on SNE is integration. That one we know. But what I can point out is that SNE breeds a situation of one in many. It is unique. It has got its unique needs. And those needs must be met. Integration, looking at it from the point of integration, and probably throwing the same resources to every other person might not just be enough to address these special needs. Because in the many, there is one, and that one is the children with special needs. Thirdly, I want to say that stakeholders in this area, we need to work on the data in the field of evidence. If you talk to government officers, and probably they'll tell us, in terms of the accuracy of data within special needs, we really don't have accurate data. This is one of the areas within the sector that we do not have really accurate data that can sometimes prompt us to take action. So this is one of the things that stakeholders, even as we talk here, probably these are opportunities that we can engage with the government to look for data. Because what is happening right now, interventions are following evidence. And if we don't have adequate evidence in regard to special needs education, then that means that the interventions in those areas, in that particular area, will be less. And if it is less, then we are going to talk about having challenges with regards to access. Now, the issue around also the issue of data is that sometimes even when we have that data, normally it just reflects a struggle. Normally it is negative. I'm just going to quote one, the recently released WESO report of 2021 that I was privileged to participate in just last week. One of the facts that this report stated, and there were about 5, one of the facts, and I think it was fact number 3, was that 1 out of 5 girls with disability dropped out of school due to COVID-19 and forced school closures. 1 out of 5 girls, that's 20%. That's a very high number. That is a fact based on research, based on evidence. So sometimes when we get that evidence, again, in terms of special needs, it really hits us negatively. That statistic is very high. Imagine 20% just falling off, not coming back to school simply because of COVID-19 and forced school closures. So this is a reflection of, number one, on the special needs, and also a reflection, a gender reflection, in terms of the number or the number of pupils that really dropped out of school because of disability. We all know that in terms of this particular area, there are funding gaps. And sometimes as civil society entities, we ask ourselves, is there something we can do about it? And sometimes, yes, we may do something about it. Now, I'm going to use evidence coming from the ministry. The education sector midterm expenditure report covering the period 2022 to 2023 and 2024 to 2025, this is a midterm expenditure, about 3 years, reads like this, that the sector spent, I'm zeroing it or rounding it to the closest billion. The sector spent 454 billion against an approved budget of 472 billion in the financial year 2018-2019. In 2019-2020, it spent 464 billion against an approved budget of 489 billion. In 2020-2021, the sector spent 470 billion against a budget of 493 billion. Now, when you study those figures, you realize that for the 3 years, we have got an average of 20 billion. That is the difference between what was approved and what was actual. This is a report from the government. 20 billion. Now, 20 billion is a lot of money. Now, we as the civil society, we can look at those figures from maybe two perspectives. Number one, it was either an underspent, or number two, those resources did not get to the ministry. So if we understand the cause why that 20 billion did not get to the ministry or was underspent, then we can have a basis to engage in a campaign. Let me just maybe zero in on what that means. Now, 20 billion is a lot of money, given that the government, even in the current financial year, has allocated 12 billion to fund free primary education. 12 billion. So we are talking about resources that can double the amount of money invested for free primary education. 20 billion is enough, is more than that 2.5 billion that has been allocated to TSC to recruit additional teachers. It's definitely more than 1.8 that has been given to the TVET for infrastructure development, and the current physical infrastructure project that is going across the country is 4.2 billion. And the money that has been officially allocated to the CBC is 1 billion. Now, if you look at that and you look at the gap, then you see that gap is very big. As civil society players, we need to ask ourselves why. So probably we need to give support to the ministry if those funds do not get to the ministry. That amount of money, we can campaign for even double capitation of what is currently being given for special needs education. That is an opportunity. And talking about capitation, one of the concerns that we have had as civil society entities has been around the late disbursement of capitation to schools. This issue apparently has been sorted out. But now this is the interesting thing. It has been sorted out for the conventional education or the rest. But for the special needs, we still have delays. I remember we made a visit to one of the schools in Marsabit, and that was a fact. The money for special needs is not coming in time. Why? So that's a campaign we still need to push. If the other, because you're talking about integration, if head teachers are receiving money in the other form of education on time, why shouldn't they get the special needs money in time? As civil society entities, we are many actors, and we operate at different levels and at different scales. Today, we might get an idea of what is happening in Tana River. But what I also know is that we have initiatives across the country addressing special needs. And what we need to do is probably to coordinate better on this particular matter as civil society entities so that we can do justice to this particular area. And that is the reason why I am glad with the initiative as undertaken by this thematic group. Because today, we are beginning a conversation. The conversation began with the group and it's expanding slowly and slowly. We need to see how we can consolidate our efforts together for this particular, on these particular matters. And what that means to us as participants of the civil society, as non-state actors, if we have resources, let us invest. Today we are here because IAS has invested. We are coming here and we are talking because IAS has invested. And I know that as civil society entities, there are many of us with the resources. We can invest and have this conversation every part of the country and sustain the momentum for the basis or for the purposes of really campaigning in this particular area. If you're familiar with PRIDE, the Primary Education Development Program that has been around for some time and probably has been able to look at the results that have come out of it, one conclusion you can easily draw up is that the project approach in this country has worked. We have seen what has worked with PRIDE, and we are also seeing what is currently happening with CQIP. The thing is, if the project approach has really worked, because this is evidence, we can measure, we can see the results. I've been part of these workshops, and you can really see something that has happened. And normally, when you study the government, as it embraces the project approach, the idea is that it cannot reach everywhere. So it targets areas that it sees there is vulnerability, and in most cases at the ASAL, at the the arid and semi-arid areas, and probably certain groups. This approach appears to have worked. I look forward to a day whereby we will have a project just targeting inclusive education alone. I am aware at the moment that there is a project that is coming to replace PRIDE that is about equity and inclusion. That is fine. I know it's going to be wide, but I'm looking forward to a day when we will just have one just addressing special needs education over a period of, say, 5 years, so that we can see and be able to address some of the challenges that are in this particular year. As I conclude, civil society entities, let us look at the future initiatives that are with the government and move with them and see how we can be able to complement and see how they can be successful in addressing matters related to special needs education. And I have in mind, number one, I've just talked about a project that will be coming, and it will focus essentially on equality and inclusion. And number two, some of you might be familiar with the Partnership Compact, which is a 5-year plan for the government, a plan that has been presented to the GPE for support. One of the critical pillars of this particular plan is equality and inclusion. We need to walk along with the government as it implements these initiatives vis-a-vis the reality on special needs, see how they are tackling it. This is how we're going to remain engaged and add value to this particular sector. This forum gives us an opportunity to begin a useful conversation around inclusive education. And I hope that you're going to have a snowballing effect, even as we leave here for those who are in counties, to go out there after the discussions and have meaningful engagements. Thank you for now. You can allow me to stop there, and I'm very grateful for you listening to me. Thank you.
We can appreciate Joseph again. He has given us so much to think through, looking at the budget and the balances vis-a-vis the gaps that we are having in SNE, and looking at, asking us about what is it that we can do. So there's so much that we can do. Thank you, Joseph, for that summary. And we will have time for plenary. So if you have any question, any comment that you have, please remember to note it somewhere. I also want to announce that this is a hybrid meeting. So we have this one here, but we also have other people who are following up online. So I think maybe my colleague Kerubo can just share the link so that if you have someone who is not here can still be able to watch it from where they are. If you are a member of Elimu Yetu Coalition, we will just share the link in our group, the WhatsApp group for Elimu Yetu. You will be able to access it from that platform and share it with any other person. Allow me to invite Mr. Mwaura to give us a few remarks on behalf of IS. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Elizabeth. The Director of Special Needs Education, an old friend of mine when I was in KISE. The EYC National Coordinator, Joseph, whom I met in a very unusual place, a place called Kadumandu, next to the Himalayas Mountains. The MOU officers present, KISE representative again, my old colleague in KISE, Bana Sanoe. IS Kenya staff who are here, all NGOs represented here in this forum, the UIC Secretariat, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Here, let me start by introducing myself. My name is Stephen Mwaura. I used to work in KISE some times back, but now I'm working with International Aid Services, coordinating an inclusive education program which is implemented in 4 countries, Kenya, Sudan, South Sudan, and Tanzania. The structure of the management of the program, we have our main people in Denmark, in Copenhagen, but we have an extension. We call it a global office, hosted by IS Kenya in Nairobi. We are 3 of us. We have my colleagues stated there, our middle coordinator, and then a regional finance controller. Maybe I give a bit of an update on what we do in this particular program. Our desired overall change is to work and support the respective governments in the 4 countries to see that all children facing barriers to learning enjoy recognition and inclusion in social structures, and also have equal educational opportunities like any other child through inclusive education within the regular school system. By so doing, we shall be facilitating, we shall be supporting the government to fulfill SDG 4, which focuses on ensuring an inclusive and equitable quality education and promoting lifelong learning opportunities for all children, including those with disabilities and special educational needs. Our target group within the program in the 4 countries, we focus mainly on the children who are most vulnerable or at risk of marginalization, stigmatization, and exclusion, both socially and educationally. And the key, one of the children who are most vulnerable to exclusion are those with disabilities and other special educational needs. And as you are aware, being in the education sector, inclusive education is a process. It is not a state. It is not something that we can say we have a timeline. It's an ongoing process of identifying and minimizing barriers. Children with disabilities who are discriminated. It is not maybe because of the disability of the impairment, but it's more than that. We have to change our attitudes, we have to change our behaviors. And by identifying the main barriers, there are very many barriers that hinder these children from accessing education, but I'll mention only 3 main ones. And the biggest of all, according to my experience in this sector, are the attitudes, negative attitudes, right from the community level, the parents, up to the national level in all the countries. And these barriers of attitude result to stigmatization, discrimination. These children are labeled and they are denied their dignity and the potential to live a good life like any other child. Then the other barrier is environmental barrier. This is our accessible environment, whereby if you go to most of the buildings, any child or any PWD, anybody with a wheelchair cannot be able to access. That is a very, very big barrier in our institution, where although we say it's a basic right for the children with disabilities to access education, how does a child access education if there are no ramps in the schools where he or she is going? And also a communication is part of an environmental barrier. And then the other one, very key to us in this forum, is the institutional barrier, where we are looking at the laws, the policies, and the strategies, and the practices that discriminate children with disabilities and other special educational needs. And for us to be able to have to have a good inclusive education, and I'm happy that Kenya government has embraced and has been at the front line of accepting that inclusive education is possible in this part of the world. But for this to happen, we need schools, community, and other stakeholders to take the responsibility to ensure that i.e. inclusive education approaches are adopted and backed by appropriate policies and laws that are implemented up to the letter, and also practices and cultures that create an educational environment where the identified barriers, I have just mentioned a few of them, can be removed. And if not being removed, they can at least be minimized. Now, in the program that I am coordinating in the 4 countries, we have several activities. As I said, we support the respective governments to make sure that all children get their basic rights of education. Now, we work for ownership and the future sustainability as an international organization. We don't work alone. Like now in Kenya, we have IS Kenya, although IS Kenya is locally registered. According to us, we say that they are supposed to work with the local people, because the local people, they know the needs of the community. And therefore, in Kenya, where we have, I think shall hear later on from the program manager, where we have the program in Tana River County, IS Kenya works very closely with the 2 key civil society organizations, the county government, and of course the national government officers who are deployed there. So one of the key activities that we have been doing, which the program has been running for the last 6 years, is carrying out advocacy and awareness creation, which I can say in all the 4 countries, we have achieved quite a lot. We have managed to minimize the barriers of discrimination, because parents have accepted that having a child with disability is not a curse. I have gone to many of these countries where the program is being implemented. And when you stop a parent, when you go to a home and ask something about the child, they say, it's a curse from God and nothing can happen. And that means they have no right to go to school. So we have been carrying out a lot of advocacy on yes creation. We have also been giving in-service training to teachers so that we can give them the skills and approaches on IE, inclusive education pedagogy. And then we have been innovating selected schools to make them model schools. And when I talk about a model school, it's an accessible school whereby whether there is a child with disability or not, the school is accessible. We construct ramps. We also have, we construct disability-friendly toilets. The aim of this one, because we are, as I said, we are working with the respective governments, is for them to replicate. Like now in Tana River County, where we have in Kenya, we have 2 schools which are the model schools in the county. We expect the county government, the national government, and all the well-wishers in the education sector to replicate these schools to more schools so that any school in this country where a child probably has a disability can be able to access without a problem. We have also been a capacity building, the PTAs of the model schools, the board of management, and also the target group themselves, the rights holders, so that they can be able to have what we call the side of advocacy. Yeah, this forum, which Madam Elizabeth has really told us the main objective of this one, of the forum, after working in the program for the last 6 years, we have identified a big gap. As much as like now giving Kenya as an example, the team has done wonderfully well in Tana River County. We have seen a big gap between the local level actors and the national level. And remember, like in Kenya, education has not been devolved from primary 1 onwards. And that means there is a gap whereby the policymakers at the national level are not coordinating well. So we identified this gap between the local and national levels that need to be addressed. And how do we address it? We can address it by establishing a structured link between local level groups, the CS groups, the IE network, the county education forum, and everybody else in the county, and the local level groups led by their respective national education coalition in the 4 countries. In Kenya, of course, we have this dynamic group, Elimu Coalition. In Tanzania, we have a group, they call it TENMET. In Sudan, they call it KEVA. And South Sudan, they just call it the National Education Coalition. So that we have, if you can have this structured link, then probably advocacy issues that can be raised from the grassroots can be able to reach the policymakers and acted upon. So when we identify this gap, we set as a global team and ask ourselves, what do we do? Because now we are in the final phase of the project, of the program. So IS Kenya was selected on merit to develop a strategy together with Elimu Coalition to develop a strategy to bridge the identified gap in advocacy towards promotion of inclusive education between the local and the national level actors. The outcome of this pilot project, and I'm very happy that we have these stakeholders here who are going to give good input, will be replicated in the 4 countries where the inclusive education program is being implemented. Kenya is known to be always at the forefront on matters to do with education of the marginalized children, education of girls, and the rest. So I think we are intentional when we selected IS Kenya to work proactively with the Elimu Coalition so that they can develop a strategy. The strategy that's going to be developed here is going to be duplicated in the other countries. Now, this pilot project has adopted 3 levels of strategy, and one of them was to establish an inclusive education subcommittee of 17 members of the Coalition. Then the 17 members were supposed to be empowered to develop a strategy for correcting, formulation, and the channeling of local level advocacy issues to the national level policymakers. And then the team that Isabella has talked about, the thematic group. And also establish and foster local, that's the county for Kenya, dialogue forums through the county education network. And as I said earlier on, inclusive education being a process, no government ever in the world, no individual or organization can be able to achieve it. And that means we have to work together in partnership. We have to collaborate with the national government, the county government, and all of us in this room as to be change agents so that we can be able to achieve the goal. We shall be very happy when at one time we shall see the child with disability. We shall see the girl child. We shall see the minority group of children being enrolled, retained, and actively participating in the learning process. I am very happy, and I thank the Kenya government for coming up with CBC, because it is not only testing achievement on the passing of examination. And most of the children who are discriminated, the children with the disabilities, some of them cannot be able to say that they are going to pass an exam with A or whatever type of marks so that they can go to the next level. But we look at other achievements. And I'm very happy that at least the Kenya government saw this one ahead of the other countries in the region and came up with the CBC. So as I can conclude, let me take this opportunity once again to thank the Muet Coalition for accepting to work closely with IS Kenya and all the 17 organizations to come up with this forum, whereby Kenya will be in the map when we replicate the same, what we are going to come up from this particular forum. And I'm very happy that we shall be able to achieve the intended goal of having proper policies that are implemented up to the grassroots level, and whereby the children are given their rights, the basic right of education, so that they can be able to live like any other child. As a teacher, as a long-serving teacher of children with special educational needs, with disabilities, there is no child in this world who cannot be able to learn. It depends on you as an individual what you mean by learning. With my many years of experience as a teacher, every child can learn when given opportunity. We must have good policies. We must change our behaviors. We must change our attitude so that we can give these children who have no voice a voice to be able to learn like any other child. Some of them have wonderful talents that can be able to be utilized even in the community. And therefore, once again, thank you very much for coming to this organization, to this forum, so that we can be able to work together, be intentional, the way Joseph has said. Let us join hands. We need policies that are appropriate to forge inclusive education ahead. And Kenya, you know, is somewhere up there in the ladder in the global summit. Wherever we go for meetings, Kenya is always ahead. But we have that gap that we have found, identified at the local level, that gap between local and national. Let's see what we can do as civil society organization, as a government, as individuals, to bridge that gap so that it will be seamless. An advocacy issue raised at the local level, whatever county you are in, can easily reach the national level policymakers for action. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bwana Maura. He has reminded us that inclusive education is a process. So it is not something that we can start today and finish tomorrow. We will always be working on it until we get there. The other thing that he has also told us is that every child can learn. I think that is the takeaway information that we all have and that we can all go home with, that every child can learn. So all we need is to prepare an enabling environment, get the best teachers, the teacher who is specialized, and that child will learn. And also you define your learning. That is the message that he has given us. Thank you very much, Mr. Maura. Let me now invite Mr. Daniel to talk to us on behalf of Mr. Karibu Sana.
I'm not very sure because we were speaking with masks on and it doesn't seem clear. Did you get that one? I'm not very sure whether everybody was getting it, but allow me to try it. The Director, Special Needs Education at the Ministry of Education, the staff and administrators from IS Kenya, the other institutions represented. Morning, everybody. My name is Daniel Sanoy, representing the Director, Kenya Institute of Special Education. But at the institution, I work as the academic registrar to supervise training programs. From the outset, it's quite a pleasure to once again meet Mr. Maura, who was my mentor at KISE to run training programs. It's quite a pleasure. The Institute is really the government agency that trains human resource to serve in special needs education. That is our basis in this forum. That is what we want to discuss. As we discuss that one, the new perspective of the institution is that we have trained human resource to serve in special needs education and inclusive education included as an in-service course for many years since the inception of the institute. But the government's perspective and other stakeholders is that probably we may need to reorient our training to start training teachers through a pre-service course, so that then as we roll them out to serve in inclusive education programs, they are coming in as fresh people with that perspective, with that orientation. That is the current thinking of government. So that they come out with an initial training as teachers for inclusive education. This is from the perspective that we have had a teacher training oriented for learners with hearing impairment, oriented for training of learners with visual impairment. can be done by engaging everybody concerned collectively and not in silos, so that if we have to conduct programs, bring in the teacher to sit together with the school administrator, be it the principals or any other caregivers within the school system. Let them undergo short courses together, but not as separate entities. Let the teachers sit together with the school administrators in a forum like this one, so that they hear the same thing and will go out to implement the same thing. We are thinking that one could work, as we have seen in other regions working. There is also a key role played by an assessment officer. Obviously, if children get to the school system and we don't understand their needs, it may be a little bit difficult. It may be challenging for the school teacher to implement what they do not understand. There is need to bring the collective efforts of assessment officers to the table, so that then they are together with the teacher and the school administrator, but not probably a situation where assessment officers sit alone in a place called an assessment center, assess children, and write very brief reports that are not sufficient to inform the school system. If the assessment officers could come along with their reports and sit together with the teachers and the school administrators, so that they engage on what are the needs of those children, what strategies would work for one child, so that then they could be included. That one could be of benefit to facilitate inclusion, rather than working in silos. Having said those two things, the Institute is also requesting the ministry, and has already requested the Ministry of Education, and I'm sure the Director of Special Needs could also speak to that one, on the issue of data management for special needs education. We have requested, as an institute, that we be allowed to engage in this area. We be allowed and facilitated to manage data for special needs education and disabilities. And I'm sure the Ministry of Education is very positive, and I've seen that information entered already into a project run by the World Bank called the Kenya Primary Education and Equity in Learning Program. We shall be very happy to engage with partners seated in this forum, obviously through the Ministry of Education, to manage that data and facilitate inclusion. Allow me to say that it is necessary to bring the energy and the synergy of all partners to serve inclusive education. As has been said by Stephen, it can never happen when we go as individuals. It can only be good when we do it as partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bwana Daniel. I think our issues are already being responded to, even as you presented, because one of the areas that we kept struggling with was on the issue of data management. And we are very happy that the government is already having plans to have that addressed at KISE. The other thing that he has also told us is about the pre-service course, which we think will also go a long way in having teachers who are getting that training fully, not in service, so that it is part of the continuous development. It is going to be different, where we'll have now KISE train teachers for pre-service course. I think that's a very good development that is also coming up. On the issue of attitude change, we have been told to engage everybody concerned collectively. And for me, that is very key. Because many a times, you find us even as CSOs, you take your group and you go with it. You take one group and you handle them separately. But there is an approach that we are told has worked and can work, where we are bringing all stakeholders together to be, to discuss or to be trained on matters of attitude change. Thank you very much for those remarks. At this point, allow me to invite the director, Mr. Haga, to give us his remarks, but also to talk to us on implementation of the sector policy and trainees with disability. Karibu sana ndani.
Thank you. Excuse me, you'd like me to do both giving my remarks and presentation of the implementation?
They follow each other, so I think you can just do both.
Okay.
Yes.
Then I would need to sit down so that I'm able to access my presentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we move this?
Okay. Okay, where is it? Ah, good. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll allow me to be seated as I share with you a few ideas on the topic that we are discussing today, so that I'm able to access whatever I had put down. Otherwise, I do know that I had basically two tasks: to give overall remarks before sharing with you my presentation on the implementation of the sector policy. And my work has been made much easier because now I can take both of them at the same time. So I want to begin by appreciating the organizers of this convening, Elimu Yetu Coalition, and the partners that have supported it to do this. I recognize the presence of the Kenya Institute of Special Education, which is an institution that as government we are extremely proud of, because it really set the pace regarding the provision of education services to children with disabilities and other special needs in this country. And I also recognize all those other organizations and participants who are here purely because they identify with the topic of the day. My colleagues from the Ministry of Education, I know you had introduced yourselves, but I'm requesting that once again you just stand so that we can know. I don't know whether any other person from the ministry joined us. Thank you. I have an apology from the Director of Policy and Partnerships himself. He is outside town on official duty, but he said that he would be sending a representative, and I don't know whether that representative has come. Probably he or she might be joining us in the course of the day. I indeed identify with and appreciate some of the comments that have been made by those who have come before me, speaking towards this topic of inclusive education, particularly for learners with disabilities and other special needs. It is a very critical topic that we are having and we are discussing today, because 4 years ago, some 3 key developments that impacted on the education sector took place. First of all, in May of 2018, the sector policy for learners and trainees with disabilities was launched by no other person than the President of the Republic of Kenya himself. And you should have seen the excitement that accompanied it. And that was a very big step in Kenya because of the radical and very broad-reaching provisions that were made in that policy. And I know I will be coming back to the topic of that policy later on in my remarks. Secondly, in July of the same year, Kenya and the United Kingdom co-hosted the first ever Global Disability Summit. And this was a summit that focused purely on matters disability. And Kenya was there at the front, giving its commitments on wide-ranging issues of disability, including specific commitments around education of learners with disability. Internally, as a country, we had been working on our MTP, and later that year, we had the first draft of the National Education Sector Strategic Plan, which covered the period from 2018 to 2022. A plan that is still in force even as we speak today, although the ministry and the key stakeholders have been working on a revision to extend some of the planned activities for that plan. All this came at a time when the Ministry of Education had purposely and deliberately raised the agenda of the education of learners with disabilities in this country to a new level by initially, the year before, creating the directorate that I'm now privileged to head, the Directorate of Special Needs Education. And the feeling that informed the establishment of that directorate was that a lot is being done in this country, but we need to consolidate those initiatives and get a focus so that we can consolidate the gains that were being, and the initiatives that were being undertaken in this country by government towards educating its population of people with disabilities. So all this that I've shared with you took place about 4 years ago. And 4 years is a long time. Unless, of course, you are quoting the Bible, where even 1,000 years can be a very short time, isn't it? And 1 year or 1 day can be a very long time. So it is my pleasure, and I'm really excited about this, that civil society have found it in their hearts to escalate the topic of education of learners with disabilities, especially in the context of inclusive education, the extent that we are having a pre-GDS summit. And for those of you who may not know, the Global Disability Summit is as high as you can get when we are discussing disability matters. And this particular convening is extremely relevant because tomorrow and the day after, the whole world will be discussing issues of disability. And Kenya is already standing up to be counted amongst those nations that made commitments and that are continuing to highly regard the discussion around different services that are being provided for learners or persons with disabilities in the country. So the ministry appreciates the thought that has been applied to this convening, and categorically states that the ministry and government is there for you. And the best that we can do for this country is to walk together, holding hands, because only then will we be able to achieve what we as a country would like to achieve. And in this particular case, regarding the education of learners with disability. Before I make my overall presentation, when thinking about inclusive education, many things come to mind. This particular morning, I want to apply the thoughts and discussions of inclusive education to 3 parts of the body. 2 which are clearly parts of the body. The third one, we will decide whether indeed it is a part of the body, especially the context within which I'll use it. I'm talking about the head, the hands, and the heart. We can talk, we can do what we are doing, but sometimes what we are saying is not in harmony with what we are doing or what we believe in our hearts. And sometimes inclusive education as a topic of discussion becomes quite abstract. And we engage in discourse after discourse. And as we do that, that child with disability somewhere in the corner of this country, and it does not have to be corner in that literal sense of a far-flung geographical location. It could be right here in the city. That child, meanwhile, as we are engaged in our discussions, that child is missing out on a fundamental right that has been provided by the Constitution. The head represents what we know. The hands represents that technical bit of what we do. Do we apply what we know into what we are doing? But most important for me is the issue of the heart, the conviction. And this is what we usually call, we use different terms to refer to that. It could be attitude. You know, sometimes you are speaking to a person whose attitude really does not have the right attitude to support that particular cause. But because he or she has to be seen as supporting what is trending, what is sexy, you find that the action sometimes speaks so loudly that you may not even be able to hear the good things that he or she is saying. And I believe that this convening that we're having today, it comprises of people with the right mindset, the right attitude, and people who are willing to bring out the nexus between the attitude and actually the implementation of what we believe in. Personally, I believe, and I'm glad previous speakers had said it, every child can learn. Every child has a right to learn. They may not all learn the same thing. I personally failed my maths, but I'm here serving this country in the capacity that I hold. So if you want to focus on that maths that I failed in to prove that I'm not good in school, then I'm asking you to probably think again. And so even our children, I know the example that is usually given are those who have intellectual disabilities, they can learn and learn very important things that will be of use to them and of use to this country. So ladies and gentlemen, I invite all of us, and I know most of the participants probably come from civil society organizations. I invite all of us to work together, to work with the ministry and see how we can help that 15% of the population of children and youth who need to be going to school. Yes, many of them are going to school, but quite a number of them are still not going to school. And I know there are also different initiatives that try to mobilize these children so that they go to school. And that's an area that I believe government and non-government players are working together. So with those few remarks, I just want to give you an overview of the implementation of the sector policy for learners and trainees with disabilities. The policy that was launched in 2018 after the initial one, which was called the National Special Needs Education Policy Framework of 2009 was revised. I will begin by just telling you a little bit about the Directorate of Special Needs Education, which is a department in the ministry that is given the responsibility of coordinating the provision of education services for learners with disabilities and other special needs. Now, when we talk about coordination of the provision of education services, this simply means that we do not offer parallel services. We work closely with other directorates in the ministry and other specialized agencies in the ministry to ensure that each directorate or each agency is implementing its mandate in a manner that is responsive to learners with disabilities and special needs. So we are big on issues of reasonable accommodation, especially as outlined in the CRPD, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And this directorate has a critical role to play when it comes to the implementation and enforcement or compliance of the sector policy for learners and trainees with disabilities. Although it is a relatively young directorate compared to others in the ministry, it has its work clearly cut out. And I'm using this platform to appeal to you to support and work with the directorate so that we can build synergies and have an impact in terms of the population that we are discussing today. The other thing that I want to talk about is our understanding of inclusive education, which is also a wide and very broad topic and might not be the appropriate discussion to have today. But I just want to make it clear that in the sector policy, the ministry embraces inclusive education as a practice. And its understanding of inclusive education in that context, and remember, we are specifically referring to that population of learners with disability, because inclusive education can be very broad and might include everybody. Unlike other definitions that we have had, inclusive education for us is not just about placing a child with disability or a special need in a regular school. It goes much, much more than that. And you may have heard, including the previous speakers, make reference to that. And so, it is about placing a child in an education program, but also ensuring that you provide the requisite support that is needed to enable or to facilitate learning. So the ministry will not just pluck a child from home and take him or her to a regular institution and thump its chest and say we are practicing inclusive education, because that is not inclusive education. The ministry will be happy to take a child, get the child assessed so that its strengths and limitations can be identified, and use that to inform an intervention. So if that child is not able to go to the school next to their home or next door, because of whatever reason, then that child will be taken to an institution where he or she will be able to be supported. And that is the justification that we have for still having some special schools in this country. Although the numbers of special schools are not growing the way they were, say, 5-10 years ago, And the other fact is that the majority of learners with disabilities today in this country are actually found in regular schools. I have heard sometimes people talk about inclusive education purely being about supporting, placing these children in regular schools. And while that might to some extent be true, the position that we have taken as a ministry is that that child's best interest comes first, and it is about learning. So we will take that child to the place where he or she can learn. So in the, I mentioned the Global Disability Summit and the launch of the sector policy. And I was mentioning them because there is a very close correlation, apart from the fact that they both happened at the same year. Some of the provisions of the policy were escalated and made it to the commitments that this country made in London in 2018. Specifically, there are two commitments that I want to speak to which were made, and that is the issue of enhancing the function of the education, assessment, and resource centers, what we popularly know as the EACs. And enhanced training of teachers to be able to support learners with disabilities. And my friend and colleague, Bwana Daniel Sanoi, I think has given you an outline of what KISE is doing, has done, most of which speaks to that issue of teacher training. The other commitment was on vocational training, but it was a component that was domiciled in the Ministry of Social Protection, especially with regard to the industrial rehabilitation centers. So we may not talk about it that much today. So once the policy was launched, two very critical things took place. The first one was the sessional paper number 1 of 2019, which captured the spirit and aspirations of the policy. And you probably know that a sessional paper is actually one of the highest policy documents, and it has to go through Parliament. The fact that provisions of the sector policy made it to the sessional paper by itself was a very big development, because it meant, and it still means, that the aspirations of the sector policy have been owned by the Parliament of this country, and they identify with those aspirations. And therefore, they can easily be brought up and included in the budget process. The second thing was that those same aspirations and provisions made it to the National Education Sector Strategic Plan of 2018 to 2022. Again, implying that they made it to the government plans. again, that has implications when it comes to implementation and budgeting. So at that level, we are talking about more or less the head. Let us see what really has been accomplished, what has been done, the technical aspects of the implementation. And I'll start by talking about the Education Assessment and Resource Centers. Our act, the Basic Education Act, calls them the Education Assessment and Research Centers. And this is the institution, we always say, where it all starts. Because this is the institution with the mandate of identifying these learners, conducting functional assessment, and making a decision on the placement of these children, and following up to ensure that these children are indeed being supported. But this institution is also your first stop from the community. So they are the ones that raise the awareness in the community, especially on issues to do with disability education. And a lot has happened over the last 4 years. That period saw the completion of the National Assessment Center and KISE. That period also saw the training through one of our partners, UNICEF, of all assessment officers in this country. And that period witnessed a large number of children being assessed and placed. And that led to increased enrollment of these learners with special needs, with disability and special needs. I think it will be unfair to just talk about the positives. We do know, though, that despite all that happening, we still have children who are not going to school. Or we have children who are going to school but have not yet been identified and assessed. And that means that they may be sitting in school but not receiving the right intervention or support. That period also saw increased work around teacher training, and KISE would be able to report to that. I believe that might come out in discussions. I think the programs and the activities that KISE has had over that period is quite remarkable. And I also recognize the role that has been played by different civil society organizations in terms of different forms of capacity building for teachers to support the learning of these children with disabilities in schools. It could be in the context of a small project that you are implementing. I could quote my cabinet secretary who keeps talking of a village called Kenyanyaine. I don't know where that is, if at all it exists. It could be that small project that you're using to build the capacity of that teacher teaching in Kenyanyaine. But it still remains a significant contribution in terms of capacity building. And we have seen lots of this, especially even in the context of certain large and even small projects that we have been having in this country. starting from the pride that was mentioned, CKIP, the girls' education challenge, and many, many other projects that are being implemented. Of course, on top of what the ministry through its specialized agencies like KICD and KISE have been doing. And that also leads to another achievement that I wish to talk about, that there has been really expanded engagement with some of the partners. There are some bilateral partners who now insist that whatever project it is, whatever grant you are applying for, your project design must demonstrate how it's going to address education of learners with disabilities. And that is an acknowledgement that we have 15, probably more % of learners. And they don't all go to special schools. The majority of them, remember I've said, go to the regular schools. So whatever education project you are designing or you are implementing, ideally should have a component that speaks to the issue of education of learners with disability. And we have seen that grow over the years. It's not yet reached where we really want it to be. But we have to recognize progress when we see it. And therefore, I'm saying many organizations have come up with interventions packaged into projects that address this population. So all these have really increased access in the education system. And this is also coming at a time when we are implementing the CBC, which by itself, the CBC by itself is a very flexible disability-friendly curriculum. And we hope that with the CBC, the different learning needs of learners with disabilities are going to be addressed in different ways, especially considering the broad curriculum and the flexibility, but also considering that learners have been, learners with special needs and disability have too broad flexibility in terms of curriculum, differentiated learning, and that is already happening. So we also have seen the increased use of technology in the education of learners with special needs as provided for in the policy. This is through government projects like, you do know, the DLP, which had a major component that is responsive to learners with disabilities, factored in, but again here, through the support of some organizations like eKitabu, Kilimanjaro Blind Trust Africa, or Leonard Cheshire. These are organizations that have recognized the importance of technology, especially in the education of children with disabilities. And that is also one of the provisions of the policy. But after talking about some of those positive things, let me just take a few minutes also to talk about areas where we are still struggling as a country. I'm not saying as a ministry, because we are in this, all of us together. As a country, the implementation of the sector policy for learners and entries with disabilities we are still struggling with issues of the heart, the issues of attitude. And this is where I was saying that sometimes you read and you think you know what needs to be done. You even try doing what you believe needs to be done. But your heart is not into it. Your heart is left out. You probably don't have the conviction. And this is both from the supply side, just as it is also seen in the demand side. How else then would you explain why a middle-class family that is able to pay fees takes the child with disability and leaves him or her at the gate of the school without even having bought for the child personal effects like toothpaste and soap? It is because they believe that kuna pesa kwa ulemavu. Hizi shule za watoto walemavu zinapata pesa tele. And it is very, very unfortunate when parents abdicate such responsibilities because they believe that their child should be supported by somebody else and not the family. And so, even when it comes to budgetary allocations, this is an issue of the heart and the head. I do know that government over this period has consistently made allocations that go into the provision of reasonable accommodation in the education of these learners. And my directorate is very much involved in that. But we could do more as a country in terms of allocating more resources. And especially if we want to realize inclusive education. Remember, we were told that this is a journey. There are more than 30,000 schools in this country, primary and secondary. If you were to ask me for a budget to make all these schools physically accessible, these schools, all of them to have a teacher who has some training in special needs, I think that budget would be into the trillions. And I would be a fool to present such a budget. However, being the journey that it is, we can go step by step, one day at a time. So that we either look at the regions, and I'm glad that is captured in the plan of the Ministry of Education. Having adequate resources is a different discussion, but at least in the plan, that one is there. So this attitude thing, ladies and gentlemen, this lack of conviction is still the elephant in the room. And as much as you may not admit it, or not all of us may admit it, in whichever corner we are operating from, our attitudes influence what we do. And sometimes these are things that have been learned over the years through generations, such that unlearning them will take time. I think as a country, ladies and gentlemen, we have to deliberately unlearn some of those things that we have picked up over the years. And deliberately and intentionally decide that we have to address this. and make this society that we live in much more inclusive than it is. So that speaks to the issue of awareness, issues of sensitization. These are issues that I believe non-state players are very strong in. You have a strength in that. Because even that board of management in that school, let us visit that village again, Kenyanyaine. That board of management in that school, when it is making the decision of allocating whatever budget they have, even if it is only 10,000 shillings, how much do they, to what extent do they consider using this budget to make the school inclusive? Do they build toilets for children or learners without disabilities and then start looking for partners or donors to build one toilet that is accessible? Or now that they only have funds to build one toilet, do they make that toilet accessible so that it can be used by everybody? The other challenge, and I will not belabor this because it's already come up several times, is the issue of data. Now, from the beginning, I wish to share with you that disability data is a problem across the world. And each country is grappling with its own unique issues regarding data. It could be how the census captures this population. It could be the tools that are used to capture that information. It could be definition of who falls into this particular population. It could be about personal or individual self-declaration as to what the condition that they are facing are. So there are lots and lots of issues around data, and Kenya is definitely not an exception. But the fact that as a country we are yet to really nail this issue of data means that sometimes, even when resources are being allocated, many learners with disabilities miss out. Those of you who have engaged the report of the last census, you saw that the population of persons with disabilities was put at, was it around 2 or 3%? And most people felt that there's something that we had gotten wrong. And that problem also persists, especially when it comes to the data that is available in the ministry. So while the policy intends to get accurate data, it is an area that we are still struggling with. And I'm glad Daniel has talked about the initiatives that we are thinking about to see how best to handle and address the issue of data. Because when the budget is being prepared, if I have concrete data and I'm presenting a case and saying we have X number of learners in school and they need Y amount. So that is still an area where we are yet to nail as well. And because of that data, and I've already mentioned that it affects even budgetary allocation, the resources required to fully implement this policy, the policy which came with a plan, an implementation plan, are still wanting. we still have learners in our schools, and I must say that this is within the of course, they're not living on an island or in a vacuum. We are also taking cognizance of the dynamics in the education sector in the country. There are classrooms in this country where one teacher is teaching almost 100 children in a class. And that speaks to the issue of teacher shortage and many other things. But I think we are saying that for learners with disabilities, they may need to be supported a little more, even on that issue of teacher shortage. Because this is the population where you will find a teacher only teaching one learner in certain circumstances. That if the teacher has to deal with more than one learner, then there's no learning taking place. So generally we are talking about resources not being adequate. And I know you'll tell me, but is that not the case with all sectors in this country, and even in the education sector? But I'm responding by telling you that while the same might be said of those other sectors, for this particular population, the loss that they're experiencing is much, much more than those others who are probably facing different versions of the same problem. But then now coming back to the issue of inclusive education with specific regard to placing learners in regular schools. This country, I've already said, more than 50% are found in regular, of learners with disability and other special needs are found in regular schools. But there's a strange phenomenon that there are people, and there are still organizations, that are interested in maintaining the status quo. And what is the status quo? Maybe what we had 20, 30 years ago in this country, that any child with disability was to go to a special school. And there are different reasons. I'm sure even Daniel here or Mr. Mora here will tell you that there could be, there are people who look at the kind of benefits that they might be able to get if that status quo is maintained. So that is still something. And you see, this is also related to the issue of attitude that I initially talked about. So that is an area we are also still struggling with, but generally monitoring of that policy, of the implementation of that policy, scientific monitoring, where we can have proper scientific records as to the level of implementation. Yes, we had a plan, but to some extent, we've not been able to apply that plan in the monitoring framework. And sometimes that is because of resources. Finally, one problem that I think, one challenge that we've also had is, of course, the issue of COVID-19. Learners with disabilities and special needs were so severely affected when it came to the pandemic, because while your child and my child were using gadgets, watching, what's that, the Edu channel from KICD, listening to the radio, or receiving pamphlets from the school, most of the children with disabilities were not able to do any of that. And while there were initiatives that later arose to try and address that particular gap, those initiatives could only reach a very small percentage. And these children are usually the weakest part and the softest part. And you know, when it comes to survival, the natural selection, it will be survival of the fittest. So there are children who are able to read books and be engaged. There are children who are able to follow the lessons on TV or radio or online based on the status of their families. But because children with disabilities, majority of them do not even have appropriate accessible devices to follow those lessons. So the COVID-19 pandemic really affected these children and consequently affected the implementation of the sector policy. Just to finish, I know this is, just to finish, I want to make a few suggestions regarding how non-state players can support the implementation of this policy and by extension, the education of learners with the disabilities in this country. We invite a little more interest from the non-state players into the space of children, education of children with disabilities. And there's a lot of opportunity based on the mandates and the functions of the different organizations. And I'm coming up with clear partnerships. And the Ministry of Education is very agreeable to the issue of forming partnerships. My colleague, the Director of Policy and Partnerships, who would have been here, would have explained and outlined how we can build partnerships, because his office deals with establishment of partnerships with the non-state players or with civil society. So we invite a little more interest. Other international organizations and governmental agencies, for instance, USAID, clearly says that unless you are, whatever intervention you have designed, unless it also responds to learners with disability, then you're going nowhere. And maybe that's something that we could adopt in our different organizations. Because that which you are doing, believe you me, in the context of inclusive education, also affects learners with disability. So don't think that you can design a separate project for girl education and then a separate one for learners with disability. Because we also have girls with a disability, if that was your primary focus. And if you are excluding them from your project, then you are complicating and confusing the issue here, because you need to include them in whatever you're doing. So we can start from there. Just think of what you're doing, and you will see the place of learning. The next area, and I had earlier mentioned that I believe this is a big area where you have a lot of strength, maybe as a Limuyetu Coalition and its partners or its members, is generally creation of awareness and sensitization, but also advocacy. Whatever we say, whatever we do, we need to think of how that affects. Like during the pandemic that I've just talked about, how many voices did we hear speaking specifically to the issue of children with disabilities missing out on school time and schoolwork. And there are many ways of doing this. Could have national platforms, which I believe some of you have. It could be about supporting technical people, either from the ministry, from KISE and other agencies, in terms of their work, or to participate in some of these national platforms and conferences that are held in this country. For instance, you know, we have an organization, and I know Elimu Yetu Coalition is very much aware of this, the associations, the head teachers and principals associations. We have KEPSHA and we have KESHA. Very important associations that hold annual conferences in this country. We do not have, to this date, a platform where heads of institutions that cater for learners or with disabilities and special needs meet, maybe to form a community of practice, to support each other, to receive the latest developments in the subsector, to air out their frustrations and recommendations, be it to government or to other interested parties. And the establishment of such a conference would be very important for this country. And talking about advocacy, remember I'm connecting this with the issue of the budgetary allocation. Have we taken time to really crunch the figures and know what it costs? Of course, the ministry and internal system does that. But what about budget advocacy in terms of allocation? That would be a very important contribution that civil society would make. Because as government, we do what we are able to do, but we all know how the whole country works and the system. Sometimes it requires your voice, even to persuade the legislature to increase resources. And I know many of you have been talking to the issue of resources in many of its facets, be it FPE, be it FDSE. Is that an area that you believe you could be interested in and make a contribution? And that would, of course, speed the implementation of the policy. But another area, depending again here on your mandate, is the issue of piloting new initiatives. Government has the whole country to deal with, and sometimes it might face certain logistical challenges piloting an initiative in Kanyanyaine. By now you realize that I really do listen to our cabinet secretary. So, in your small project, are you able, because I want to believe that you also have networks both within and outside the country, that idea that maybe your partner from country Y is implementing, are you able to try it out in that small village under the watch of the Ministry of Education and see whether it is something that will be applicable and therefore can be brought to scale and help this country? Those are some of the kind of partnerships that I believe this country needs, especially with civil society. issues of research and development. And technology, I already mentioned a few organizations that are supporting the issue of technology. And I know some of you are talking about are involved in EdTech. How do we look at EdTech, especially when talking about this particular space? So, in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that this country is on the right path, especially with the sector policy for learners and trainees with disabilities. We all agree that it is a journey. And therefore, you may not expect us to reach our destination today or tomorrow or the day after. But rather, we assess the progress that we are making as a country towards meeting the learning needs of these learners with disability. Most important is making sure that all learners are going to school and accessing that quality education. And there is so much, the harvest is large, it's only the harvesters who are few. And therefore, I think it is time that as a country, we started with the heart, be convinced about that which we want to do for this population before going through the head. The policy discussions that we are having, those are issues of the head. And finally doing what we really need to do with the hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director, for those very insightful comments. Can we appreciate him again? I think he has told us so much. And listening to him, he speaks to most of the issues that we have also identified. I think we agree on many of the points that he has shared with us. And just so that I do not speak or talk about some of the things that are coming, when we will be presenting some of the policy issues and recommendations that we are making, you will attest to the fact that we are reading from the same script. So I want to invite you to comment, but it is far past break time. So I will ask you to just note all the comments, the questions that you're having. We can break for tea for 20 minutes. Is that enough? For 20 minutes. Then when we come back, we'll have a plenary session where we can give all our comments, ask all our questions before we continue with the program. Tea is served outside, if I'm not wrong. Yes, right outside the door. Thank you. Thank you very much. 20 minutes, please.
Safari ya wana Israeli, Farao kauliza mnakwenda na nani? Tunaondoka na watoto wetu wote. Je, wewe ndugu leo waenda na nani? Safari ya wana Israeli, Farao kauliza mnakwenda na nani? Tunaondoka na watoto wetu
Colleagues, we are now back at the hall after taking the cup of tea. Please, we can now have the plenary session. Whoever has anything to discuss or concern to raise, maybe can raise up his or her hand and get the mic.
Okay, John. Allow me just to say one or two. Welcome back from tea. Before we left, we had different remarks or remarks from different people, but we also had the presentation from the director, SNE. So at this point, we are going to start the plenary session. There is so much to speak to. I want us to be very brief and to the point, because we only have 30 minutes for this session, and we want to make the best out of it. So we request that for those who are giving comment or asking questions, be very clear whom your question is directed to, and also brief in terms of what you're asking and the comments that you're giving. To start us off, I want to invite Moses, who is here on behalf of KUPPET, to give one or two comments, but he had also said that he had some questions to ask. So Moses is there.
The Director of Special Needs Education, the leadership of Ministry of Education, Elimu Yetu Coalition, and the entire leadership of that organization, participants. I am Moses Owiti Mbora, the Executive Secretary of KUPPET, Nairobi branch, and I'm glad to have been invited in this meeting. I highly appreciate the efforts that have been made by the government and specifically Ministry of Education on matters special needs education. As the Director, Special Needs Education had stated, I would like to confirm that I was in the meeting at KICC when the sector plan policy on special needs education was launched by the President in May 2018, and I attended the meeting. I also appreciate what the Deputy Director from KISE had mentioned about issues to do with special needs education and inclusive education. In KUPPET leadership, we have an officer in charge of gender, and in addition to that, we also have a women representative who is in charge of special needs education. And this is what she has reported in the office, that it is true there is a problem in data management in that sector, and that has affected how many teachers are available within that subsector. The number of teachers are not enough, yet there are so many trained teachers in special needs education. What she has reported is that the Teacher Service Commission is using curriculum-based establishment even in cases where a special needs education teacher is handling one learner. Where such occasions arise, the Teacher Service Commission still wants to use curriculum-based establishment to post teachers. So it is incumbent upon the Directorate of Special Needs Education to sensitize Teacher Service Commission on how to fill the gap in allocation of teachers. So I have stated the challenge and I have provided the solution. Still on data management, I have interacted occasionally with principals of secondary schools, and they have raised this issue, very sensitive one, that once resources are allocated in the Ministry of Education, and those resources are due for channeling to learning institutions, the data in NEMIS normally disappear. And then they are asked in the evening or at night to provide the data within a day or two before the funds are channeled to their institutions. So, in as much as the director had said the challenges in developing and managing the data, still within the Ministry of Education, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call them crooks. There are crooks who mismanage the data for the purposes of only sending little funds to learning institutions. Why do I call them crooks? Why would data appear when the Ministry of Education is about to send funds to schools? Why would heads of institutions be asked to provide fresh data? Isn't there a backup at the Ministry of Education? So this is a trick that officers of Ministry of Education normally use. And if this can trickle down to cases where we are also managing funds or allocating funds in special needs education, and it so happens that people or officers in that directorate do not know what other officers in Ministry of Education do, then kindly take this as a challenge that normally happens and let it be sorted out at Jogoo House. Principals who are heads of institutions, secondary schools, are tired of officers of Ministry of Education, always demanding for fresh data anytime funds are supposed to be allocated. But I want to take you to the point. What if that trick is also being used on data that affect special needs education? Attitude. I heard the director also ably say that heads of institutions with handling learners with disability do not have a forum like KESHA or KEPSHA to drive policy or channel their support through the parliament for budgetary allocation. I would like to say that KUPPET as a union, because many of the teachers who are in special needs education are also members of KUPPET, can provide support in order to get proper allocation for special needs education. KUPPET currently, we don't know what will happen in the next election, has 3 elected officials. The chairman is the MP for Emuhaya, Omboko Milemba. The vice treasurer is the MP for Bomet Central, Ronald Tonui. And the secretary in charge of gender affairs, where special needs education also should be related to, is the women representative for Bungoma, Catherine Wambilianga. So if we get such kind of information, we can be able to share with them. They can develop a paper out of it, present in parliament, either for the purposes of policy, to drive a policy, or to ensure that proper fund allocation is realized. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to me, and thank you for that opportunity. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Moses. Let us hear from the Nairobi Parents Association representative, who is also here.
The chairman. The issue of attitude keeps repeating itself.
I think it's afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Jasper Omwega, National Parents Association, Chairman, Nairobi County. Thank you for this opportunity. And I thank our able Director of Special Needs Education. He has actually given a lot of insight and a lot of concerns that we as parents have always raised. We have always raised the issue of attitude, right from the family level up to the school level and even going up to the national level. That people look at special needs children as children who are not actually worthy to be part of the team of learning. And we actually leave them. When we talk about inclusive education, in fact, in Nairobi, many of them are not actually part of the system. Most of our schools are actually having the very old type of infrastructure that our kids cannot be able to access those with special needs, because the design by the public works was meant to accommodate only learners who are able. So most of the schools are trying to work with the little funds that they have to make the schools be part of what called learner-friendly. The child-friendly environment, schools that were meant to be, are actually a big challenge that we are having. Even the teachers were there. A teacher feels that when it's going to be taken, even the teachers themselves, some of them have that attitude to be seen to be teaching special needs kids. He feels that I'll be like somebody who is extraordinary or who is not normal. So it is important that we change our own attitude. Parents, we are trying to create awareness in the little forums that we have and sensitization so that the parents can be able to come up. Those who have kids with special needs can be able to bring them on board. And I'm happy that Kise is represented here. We are trying to see that how are they going to come up to enable these parents to know that when they have a kid with those challenges, how are they going to bring them on for that assessment? They may be lucky that some few schools around the Kasarani area, but there are those schools far areas of Kasarani. Are parents aware? It is important that we have that information so that the parents can be able to be aware that if there is a kid with the special needs, this kid can be taken to that institution for assessment and a proper placement advised and recommended. So it is a high time that we actually hold our hands. The civil society is doing a very great job. Remieto Coalition, I thank you because you have always come to our aid when we need you to advocate on some of these policy issues. Okay. So please, it is important that as this, we work around this, because the sector plan policy is actually ending 2022. The one that is coming should be actually more informed so that these people, the implementation is not going to be actually skewed. This implementation is not going to be based on resources, but should be actually all inclusive. Everybody should be there. Everybody should take his role to enable this plan effectively implemented, right from the ministry to the parents, to the teachers, to this, everybody involved. And that aspect of the People with Disability Association, how are we going to incorporate this so that they do not look as if it is an independent organization that does not need to work together with other organizations? So how are we going to work together so that we have a strong team actually focusing on special needs education inclusive? Because some of those kids that we think they are special needs, and we need to come up actually and define what is special needs or what is people with disability. Because some think that disability is meaning maybe ulemavu wa mkono, macho. We need to define it and give that proper definition of it so that people can be able to understand and know that this kid of mine needs that particular special needs assessment or needs special needs services. So it is important so that also TSC, I wish could be here so that they can also be able to understand how are they going to place the teachers in those schools, because some schools have those special needs, but they do not have a special unit. And you cannot get a kid to travel about 20, 30 kilometers to get to the nearest special need facility. How are we going to encourage and have those within the area to be inclusive? So it is important that we need to work together, and we need to ensure that this policy implementation is effectively done, and it is the work of both the CSOs and other, plus the ministry and the government, to work together to bring this into effect. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And the call is still for all of us to work together. He's talked about the Association of People Living with Disability. I think we will get a model that is working in Tana River that has incorporated them so that we see what is it that has worked out there and how can we also do the same here at the national level. Thank you very much for those comments. I want to open the floor. We can take 2 or 3, then we will have comments. Agnes. We have Agnes here. Let us be brief, please. Direct question, if it is a comment, very brief.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. My name is Agnes Mwamburi. I'm directing this to Kise. During the presentation, you talked about pre-service course for the teachers. I would request, and a humble request, that we do psychological needs assessment for these teachers to measure their knowledge, skills, and attitude as they are being recruited to be deployed to enhance inclusive education in our schools. And during the training, I would expect maybe we'll have a tool, a mechanism to measure and to assess their attitude, skills, and knowledge as they go on. So for me, that is maybe I would say a recommendation, a template. As they're assessing the students, they also assess themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Agnes is coming from a background where we have teachers who are there because there is an opportunity, not because matters of the heart. Director talked to us about matters of the heart. So there are teachers who would go there because they know they'll get an extra allowance, but not because it is a calling or they feel that is where they want to be. So then how do you assess to know that this is the right person for this particular job? Thank you, Agnes, for that. Who else? Yes, Omukunda. And then we have Odindo. Those are 3. We'll get responses or?
Thank you. My name is Moses Mkunda. I have 2 issues. We have said clearly that we have the policy at place. I have 2 observations. In the policy, when we are forming up BOM members, there's 2 words. There is a person with a disability and the special need. Then you look around, you will see that instead of a person with disability, they are choosing somebody with a special need, whom we don't know how he looks like. But there is a very big gap that end. Number 2, how do we monitor or get the data of the disability that are being funded, either in secondary school or primary school or in special schools? Because where I come, I've visited so many schools. I don't get that answer. Now watoto wanatoka hapo na madeni makubwa. Finally, if the ministry can agree to choose the BOM member, disability BOM members, those are the tools to be trained to monitor specific equipments in those schools so that we have equal educational need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. He's talking about BOM representation. I think the guidelines are very clear, but the practice is different. So the question is, how do we ensure that we have the right people occupying such spaces and having the capacity to represent the people that they are meant to? Because there are also situations where you get people to those offices, but they don't represent their constituents. They go there to represent their own issues. So those are just some of the concerns that are coming from the floor. Odindo, please.
Thank you. I'm Jackson Odindo, once more. My issue is, first of all, I want to thank the director. He's so passionate about matters special needs. I've heard much about him, how he's been dealing with schools in terms of infrastructure and funding. So the issue that I have, currently there are trainings for upgrade of P1 teachers undergoing their diploma training. And part of the training is inclusive education to conform with the CBC. But the issue here is the tutors teaching in those institutions have not been taught anything special needs. Recently, I was visited by two of them who came to our school. They don't even know what IEP means, and they're teaching inclusive education. So there should be a program for tutors. Now that they're teaching teachers who will be dealing with inclusive, they should be trained to deal with such issues. Number two, I have issues with EAC. Nowadays, they are called curriculum support officers. I think the ministry should employ EAC to specifically deal with assessment, not having curriculum support officers who are given many roles, then abdicating their duty of assessment. You find a curriculum support officer is working in the field dealing with around 20 schools. So in the long run, assessment date is only set for 1 day in a week. So when parents go there, they come back that their children have not been assessed. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Odindo, for those good questions. I think we can have responses, and then I take one round before we close. So, I think the ball is on your court. Start with kisses.
Thank you very much. Obviously, I'm not worried because the director is here. So I'm really safe. I'll answer a few things, what I can and what I cannot, then I'll push to the director. One, the issue of, I will answer some of them as a stakeholder who has been in many of these meetings and therefore has got some information. The issue of teachers deployment. The TSC is not here, but I think I should assist in that one because we have sat down last year, and my director is here as witness, to streamline that one in education by saying that can we relook at teacher-learner ratio statistics afresh so that then we are able to streamline because of upcoming needs in schools. And we have streamlined that one, and I'm sure the commission, specifically the person responsible is our colleague Anne Wamugunda at the Teacher Service Commission. And currently teachers are deployed to special schools using a teacher-learner ratio that we as stakeholders in education have come up with. That one I can attest for sure. The issue of infrastructure in special schools, I'm sure the director can talk about that one more. But my view, as somebody who has been in special needs education for close to over 25 years, is that the best approach for that one going forward is for us to embrace universal designs. so that we don't have to redo things every day. So that we make a window that is going to serve all of us, not a few of us. We make doors that are going to serve all of us going forward. And we should all be speaking that way in our schools, in our institutions, and in society. We embrace universal designs so that then we even reduce unnecessary costs. Because once structures are done, it is not easy kubomoa nyumba kila siku. So can we look for a way of embracing designs that will serve all of us? I agree there is need, and indeed constant need for sensitization of all of us, us seated here and those in the communities where we come from. KISE has got a mandate in that area. And one of the things we have been doing last week, we were in Isiolo, the far-flung parts of Isiolo last week. And in fact, we also went to Nanyuki, an area called Doldol. We are doing our best to reach out to members of the communities we come from in matters sensitization. We are not also limited to just walking out. We are also doing it in social media. And those of us who follow us must have seen the kind of hype we have put in place in matters sensitization. Yes, measuring teacher attitudes. Attitude towards why are you coming in? Why do you want to come in as a teacher for special needs education? One of the hardest things to measure is attitude. One of the things I teach, I am a teacher, one of the things I teach my students, my teacher trainees, is assessment of attitude. And every time I start my assessment lectures, if they are freshers coming into KISE for the first year, I ask them, can you measure attitude? And one of the things almost 80% of them say is you cannot measure attitude. Yes, we can measure attitude 100%. But you must also understand that you are dealing with human beings who have got very good capacity to hide the attitude they have. They will have double speak. They will say this, but in their hearts, they say this. Our director has told us that we are dealing with matters of the heart and matters of the head. So while you want to measure the heart, they might give you what is in the head. That one is something a little bit delicate, but why we are now saying as education, we go pre-service, so that tupate kuchuja watu. Let those who have got the genuine interest to go into special needs education come from day one. That is why that one has been put in place, to kind of sieve the people so that we can try to have the right human resource purpose. I think that one
belonging to a approach that I would support is that we all, in our different ways, because we have different mandates, all of us address it from whatever side we stand. If KUPPET is a trade union, then there are definitely very critical issues that are relevant to the mandate of KUPPET that can come up in the forums or in the platforms that it has. And this is very welcome. Just like it would also be helpful if these head teachers and principals also have a standalone conference where the main agenda is going to be education of learners with disabilities. And note that that's going to be the 5th or 6th agenda after other issues have been discussed. So I still believe that a standalone conference would even help in forming a community of practice and also channeling some of the issues that they may have. Still with KUPPET, and this is a bit of a challenge. You see, we have to say the gender desk where disability is also included. So you see, it is gender that comes first, but you explain further and say that is where disability also is. What if there was a disability desk where gender is also included? Or better still, a standalone SNE desk where we are just discussing the officer representing that particular subsector has nothing else apart from that. Just to give an example, the AGPO program that we have in the country, you see, it is said it caters for women, youth, and persons with disability. Looking and packaging it, you'll find that persons with disability actually access less than 5% of what is available. So sometimes when it is lumped or loaded onto other things, it might get lost in the process. Yes, sensitization actually of all, starting even with the ministry where I come from. Don't be cheated that because the Directorate of Special Needs Education is domiciled in the ministry, that everybody in the ministry knows about special needs or the education of learners with disability. There is need to sensitize everybody. I know this was in the context of KUPPET talking about sensitizing the TSC with a view to addressing issues of even staffing. So this is a recommendation that is welcome and I agree with, just like also I am proposing that almost all stakeholders be sensitized so that they're doing whatever they're doing from point of knowledge. The issue of the BOM representation is a bit of a controversial one. Well, in my case, I happen to have a disability, but I also happen to have studied the education of learners with special needs, with disability. The fact that somebody has a disability does not really make him or her an expert. And you might find somebody who has no disability representing that particular constituency very well. However, I think there is a general rule of thumb that the wearer of the shoe knows best where the shoe pinches, isn't it? And sometimes if you can get a person with a disability who also has a bit of experience or knowledge in that particular area, the issue of self-advocates, then that is usually the best. But the Act provides for representation of this particular group. And you may have noticed that in our presentations, both Kise and I, we talk of disability, we emphasize disability, but we also talk about these other special needs. Because this term special needs, believe you me, can be stretched to fit an individual's intention. It could include everybody, these special needs. And that's why we adopted a situation where we are specifically pronouncing disability, but also adding special needs. There are documents that define this, but in most circumstances, people sometimes stretch and probably overstretch the whole concept of special needs. But if the Act and there are guidelines, especially in the supplementary law that talk about this, it should be that person, that nature of that person who is appointed. Otherwise, we are going to have men vying for women rep, isn't it? Because you are saying you are going to support the cause of women, isn't it? So I think that's something that's a responsibility that the ministry can take up and see how to tighten, because it is the office of the cabinet secretary that appoints BOM members. So that's a take home for me. We see how that can be improved and tightened. There was a suggestion around the ministry employing the EACs. I think this is a recommendation that has come up in previous comments. It may not be as easy as it sounds, but I think the intention and the spirit of this recommendation is that we need to strengthen the EACs such that the staff working there are fully committed to assessment and that they are not conflicted by performing other duties that may take them away from assessment. Currently, the ministry is working on this with the TSC, and I believe a solution is going to be found. Whether it will mean redefining the duties and responsibilities of the CSOs, or whether it will be hiring staff or personnel specifically just to conduct assessment and other related duties. So that is work in progress. I want to support Daniel in terms of the universal design, because even though today you are building this one school and there is no learner with disability there, you don't know about tomorrow or the day after. So if we can design our schools such that the physical environment is accessible, then that will also encourage families to bring their children with disabilities or any other special need. Will encourage them to bring them to school. And perchance there comes a time when you have such a learner, then you don't have to go back to the drawing board and start redesigning toilets, redesigning classrooms, and that kind of thing. So I think, actually, I think it is a requirement even in terms of buildings, although the law talks mainly about public buildings, that they be made accessible. And a school is definitely a public facility. So there should be that universal design. But like we said, this is work in progress, and that's why we are hoping that the representation we get in those boards of management are people who are who are knowledgeable and can make that kind of contribution, say when a new classroom is being designed and built, or when a toilet is being built in the school so that it's fully accessible. I don't know whether there are other issues that were raised that I may not have responded to, because I had quite a few comments and they sounded to me like either recommendations or comments and not necessarily questions. Thank you.
We'll take one last round. So I request if there are hands. So those are 3, 4. We take those 4 and then we can move on with the program. Let's start from here. John, we start from here.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Okay, my name again is Ayeye from Voter Information Network and Education Africa, VINE Africa. Okay, basically what I have is more of an observation rather than a question.
Okay.
And more so a suggestion as well.
Okay.
I have got two very good friends of mine who I met about some 3-4 months back in forums like these. One is a student leader, Kenyatta University, and the other one is a student leader, Mount Kenya University. They are both abled differently. They told me to refer them as so not disabled, but abled differently. So we had a chat and a rapport on how they have had experiences from their childhood up to right now they're at the university regarding that is education. So in primary school, they say that there is a lot more attention to them as learners. Unlike when now they reach high school and right now at university. So what I'm asking the directorate, the special needs directorate, which was just created 4 years ago. What do you have, what plans do you have in ensuring that the learning you give these young people, the learning you give children in their primary or at the basic level, which is primary level, how do we proceed with them to the high school and university so that they become productive in their adult livelihoods? Not that we only give them the special need assessment and attention only at primary level. Beyond primary, we don't know much about what happens to them.
Okay.
Like one is called Regan. In high school, he was at St. Mary's School, Yala. He came from Kakamega County, but he told me that he underwent a lot of frustration in St. Mary's School, Yala, that he thought of even dropping out of school. But then he weathered the storm. Right now he's at KU. So what do we have in plans for adult learners? That is now after high school and university level. What provisions do we have to ensure that at least they get transition?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, we got it. Thank you. There are 3 hands this other side.
Which one next? Eliza, maybe you might have to be.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Elizabeth, and I want to appreciate the opportunity given to all of us to attend this very educating section. The issue of mindset, I think this is where now the bone of contention is. I think because of the mindset of the people, men and women who are the very learned friends, they have led to giving little money or less money to the children, to the schools that are having children with learning disabilities. And what we are saying is that we say when you are campaigning for the children's rights, you can't give what you don't have. If you have no love, then you will not stand to support a child that is having different challenges. And having talked of the sensitization that we are talking about, I like what you just raised, a very good point. When we are sensitizing these children, what are we sensitizing? We are sensitizing the community, we are sensitizing the parents, and also we need to sensitize the children themselves, especially now that we are going inclusive way, so that the children in the school, they're able to appreciate their learners and their colleagues who are having challenges in different ways. And by so doing, then they give them the encouragement of even learning, working very hard, and also getting good marks. And one of the things I want to say is that maybe that child was frustrated because of what they saw around, because there was no sensitization in the school by the teachers about these children with learning difficulties or disabilities. Now, something else that I need to say is that I would also ask the ministry or through the director that we also need to involve the psychologist. Very important, why the psychologists are needed at this particular time, is to encourage, to give hope, to talk to these children. We all know disability is not inability, and we have so many people, of course, who are doing very well through their support they are given. So we want to, I would suggest that we involve the psychologist, and at the same time also, we also encourage the parents who are having these children to have to have the forums, the focus group, the support group, so that we don't have parents who are hiding the children behind the bus or not coming out to speak boldly about the children that they're having. So I think these are the points I have. So I think this will be very okay.
Thank
you very much.
I will request, because I can see the numbers have increased, we have 2 more. Please be brief to the point so that we can give chance to everyone. Behind you, John.
My name is Joseph Oruko. I'm from Disability Rights. Mine is just to, like, a recommendation to Director, all the ITABLE protocol observed. One of the most difficult things is to access you people when you're in your offices. So that even if I had a good idea that I wanted to share with you in your office, so that it can be looked at, it's a big problem. And so I wanted to make a recommendation to Director Special Education that one of the guys that we really would want to get to partner with is your director in charge of partnership. Because we've realized when you go to Njogo House, it's easy to access Professor Magoa's office than accessing any other office. You'll be treated well, you'll be given attention. Even if you do not see the CS, you'll be able to submit what you want to submit. But it's difficult even to see the PS, it's difficult to see the directors. So I would like to appeal that maybe in your own kamkunjis, when you meet us as bosses, re-engineer how your team works so that it's easy to pass information to you. Some of the things you're saying here can actually be passed through your office so that they are managed at that level. But because accessing you people is very difficult, it makes life very difficult. And now that we are talking partnership, there are a lot of us here who maybe we are talking of students with disability who may need a sponsorship of 1 child or 2. Some of us here may know a contact, but I don't know how to pass that information, because when I want to pass information to your office, I can't access you. I can't access your secretary, will be hostile right from the Askari. So I just want to appeal that maybe you manage how your offices are accessed in terms of being able to pass information. We don't have to all be in this kind of forum to pass information, because normally in good practice would come to Njogo House. Okay. And I say this, for example, that I have been to Njogo House and got more frustrated when I have something I wanted to offer that could be useful to help the cause of disability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And maybe I want to tell you that we always have very easy access when we want to pass information. So maybe we should discuss how do we do it. Thank you for that. And you're our member.
Thank you very much. I'm very thankful to the directors, to KISE trainer for giving us the situation as it is with regard to special educations in the areas of jurisdiction.
Okay.
Now, what I would like to suggest is that in issues of pre-service teachers training, this curriculum should be revised such that everyone who is joining training at whichever level is trained to handle special needs learners, whether it is a pre-primary ECD, primary teachers colleges, diploma teachers colleges, Bachelor of Education level. This has been done in many countries. I was a student in a high school where all our teachers were skilled in handling students with special needs education. That school, all teachers were from the United States. And I remember this is in 1970s. The only teacher who was not skilled in handling special needs trainers is the African teacher who was teaching us Kiswahili. The rest were whites from America, and they knew how to handle students who had special needs. Actually, we had a student who was deaf. He was in Tumutomo Deaf School, School for the Deaf. After doing his CPE, he was he could not be taken anywhere. But when the word went out that in certain high school, nearly Baptist High School, teachers there handle special needs education learners, this student was admitted there.
Okay.
So when he graduated, he went to Form 5 to Form 6, and then he became the first professor with hearing impaired difficulties to teach in the universities. He is still around. So what I would suggest that there be radical measure. I know it will take time, but everyone being admitted in teachers training colleges should be ready to learn that extra subject on handling special needs learners. Maybe said and said that he should be able to handle Braille students with visually impaired problems, hearing impaired, physically handicapped, basic skills in handling autism students, basic skills in handling ultra-gifted students.
Okay.
Then child psychology subject should be expanded so that they can learn basic psychiatry skills.
Okay, team.
I'm about to finish. During teaching practice, they should be assessed because most schools now have learners with difficulties.
Okay.
Yeah, for organizations, I thank the CUPET Executive Secretary for promising to assist the head teachers in special schools. Maybe they should be empowered to form an association like KEPSHA or KESHA, Kenya School Needs School Heads Teachers Association. And that, in that case, they can discuss that matter for a week, the way they go to Mombasa. And when they go to Mombasa, TSC goes, ministry goes there to address those head associations.
Yes.
Then there'll be a heads association for schools with special needs.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. Let us please be brief and to the point. Once you pass your point, we will get it. You don't need to explain more and more. Yes, Rashid.
Asante sana Madam Elizabeth. Kwanza ningependa kurudisha shukrani kwa watu wa IIS Kenya pamoja na Elimu Yetu Coalition kwa kazi ambayo wametufanyia kule mashinani. Kwa mtazamo hasi ningependa kupongeza Mr. Mwaura ndiye alitufundisha mtazamo hasi akisema it is attitude kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Sisi tunapenda kujivunia kwa vile ni wa coast, tunapenda kuongea Kiswahili ambacho kinaeleka. Jambo ambalo ningependa kupata kuelewa kutoka kwa Director Ministry kwanza ni ya kwamba sijui kitu gani ambacho kinakuja kwanza kwa wakati wanapokuwa wanafanyia mpangilio wa kutengeza sera ya masuala mambo ya elimu, kwa sababu unaona kwamba ikonka na bwana Kupet hapa endapo kwamba tunaona kwamba hawa watoto kama endapo hatuna data tunatengeza sera namna gani, hawa watoto wanaenda kujumuishwa ama kufanya vitu gani, tumekuwa tukifanya hizi vitu kwa namna gani endapo kwamba hatuna data. Nawapatia hii challenge kwa sababu gani? Kule Tana River tuna ile mpangilio kamili ambao uko unaitwa the County Integration Development Plan. Ule mpangilio na mkadirio wa miaka 5. Kumekuwa na bajeti ambayo kitengwa kwa watoto, lakini kwa sababu haina data, hii bajeti imekuwa reallocated. Obvious kile kifika muhula wakati huo pesa zinakuwa reallocated to another business, na kwa sababu hatuna sera ambaye inapangilia masuala kama haya. Tumekuwa na stakeholders forum. Tunapoita ofisa usika wa masuala mambo ya IAC ama kwa ministry, kwa sababu wao ndio wanaweka ile orodhesho ya watoto walemavu, wameshindwa kutupatia ile data. Tutaweza pangiliaje swala mambo ya watoto walemavu wakati hatuna data? Kwa sababu sahi tunavyoongelea, utaangalia watoto wengine wanapopangiliwa wamepangiliwa kwa sababu ministry iko na data, lakini watoto walemavu hawana. Alafu swali langu lingine pia ningependa kuuliza katika policy hii ambayo tunafuatilia, kwa sababu ile policy ya kule ambayo tunataka kutengeneza katika kule, kama hatuna ile ambayo ina to guide from the national government, hata sisi cascade kule kutengeneza policy ambayo iko very clear, ambayo on our Tana River context inatuletea shida. Kwa hivyo tunataka pia hii na to drive endapo kwamba sera zinazotengezwa katika huku juu pia zinatu affect one way or the other, endapo ya kwamba hazitaenda kuzingatiwa namna ya kwamba zinaboreshwa. Asante.
Okay. Thank you, Rashid. There is
Bwana Odindo,
yes.
jambo anasema ni kama kuna jambo hajatosheka tu.
Okay. Odindo, 1 minute.
It's not a new question. I asked about training of tutors teaching in TTCs because they are
Tutors.
not
It wasn't
trained.
addressed.
It wasn't
Okay.
addressed. So
Okay.
if it is difficult, why can't you post teachers to teach their inclusive education specifically? Not
Okay.
aggregating the normal tutors to teach inclusive, yet they have not been trained.
Okay.
Thank you.
So he's just repeating the question. We have Moses there also having something. Moses, you have 1 minute, Sosa.
1 minute is a lot.
Okay.
I just wanted to bring to the attention of participants and the director that in Kupet Nairobi office, under my leadership, there is somebody who is in charge of special needs education.
Okay.
Then there is a person living with disability.
Mhm.
And then there is also an officer in charge of gender.
Okay.
But why I have stood is that the officer in charge of special needs education, the teacher, also reported that those learners have a lot of challenges, and she requested that the medical cover, Edu-Afya, that secondary school learners enjoy, could be extended to learners with disability and learners with special needs in these special units and primary schools. Also, she expressed the need to have assistive devices provided to these learners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Give it to your neighbor. That is the last one. Okay.
Okay, I'll be very quick. Thank you so much. And mine is about the voices of the children and the young people with disabilities. So you find that the school is a place whereby we get the feedback from children in terms of every aspect, whether it's about COVID-19, whether it's about issues they experience at home through children's clubs and such things, through guidance and counseling. Those sessions can shed more light. And you can see that as the government and as organizations, we have invested so much in children's clubs, but not inclusion in those clubs. So how do we gather the voices, the feedback, and how do we disseminate information on sexual and reproductive health, on child protection within the school setting, focusing with children with disabilities? Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is one more request there.
Thank you very much. My name is Desmond Olala. I have 2 recommendations and 1 concern. The recommendation that I have, one of them would be on attitude, which has been a major focus here. I would suggest that in all institutions that are dealing with handling the disabled children, they should develop attitude management plan, and in doing so, they should try as much as possible to engage parents, because caregivers, that is, to be specific, because those caregivers tend to have more knowledge on how to handle their kids than even teachers. There could be something they know which you do not know. Then another thing is about engaging the civil society for legislation. I tend to think that it would be more important to issue the report to the CSO so that they may get to know in the budget allocation out of the fund that you are given, you managed to implement this and this. And the deficit that you had was this, so that when we are now advocating for more funding, then we should know this was the deficit and the plan that were meant to be met were these which were not met.
Okay.
Then finally, this is a concern. I have a friend, it's a case study. A friend of mine has a child who has a special need. And he applied for registration for the identification card for this child, and it has taken more than 2 years. My question is, how long would be the average period for one to receive the identification card once he has applied? Then finally, then the issue of data. I think data should be consistent. And in an event it's not, then it's deliberately made to be so. And that can be followed up. Okay. So that rests in the desk of the Director of Special Needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those questions. Let me hand the microphone over to the Director and Kese to give their comments. Most of them are comments.
Thank you. Thank you to everybody who has asked or commented. I think there are critical issues, and that is why people have commented on them or asked something about them. There are issues that are close to our practice and to our hearts, or should I say to our hearts and our minds. Allow me to answer a few, and I'll pass over to my director to do the rest. I'll start with what is close to my mind. The issue of teacher training. One of you said, could we have everybody who wants to become a teacher taking some units in special needs education? That's the question. The current focus of government is we have done curriculum reforms from knowledge-based curriculum to competency-based curriculum. And that is the approach now we are trying to pursue. We had then an opportunity as the people responsible for special needs education to close a few gaps. And that's what we asked, the question you have asked. And what we have done is that we were told, now we are reforming teacher training curriculum in the country. Can you come in and sort us out? And we were given an opportunity to push 15 units in the area of special needs education into teacher training curriculum at diploma level, which I think to me is quite an achievement. An achievement because it has always been something, a small content in a subject called professional studies at primary teacher training level. But now we have pushed 15 core units into the teacher training curriculum. Key among them is individualized education program. And obviously, inclusive education is another one. And another key unit we pushed is emotional and behavior difficulties. And I want to link that one to the issue of school psychologists. And we are saying, why children are banning schools is that they have not all of a sudden become very bad children. We were also, all of us, children at one time. And it doesn't mean during our time we were not banning schools. Schools were still being banned, even during our time. What we are saying is, these may not be criminal children. They may be children with emotional and behavior difficulties. They may be children with some needs. And needs, special needs are elastic. That's what the director said. You can expand it to a limit you don't imagine. We are therefore saying, can every teacher or every person who wants to become a teacher in this country take some units, at least a basic of 15, which is sufficient, because we have sat down to choose those units, to really agree on those units. And that one has been agreed to a committee I belong to called the Committee on Teacher Education, that is now coming up with the policies on teacher education and the rest, which is chaired by a key officer at the level of a CS at the ministry. And therefore, I think we have really worked on that one, the issue of having every teacher. I think the area now we need to focus on as a country, because we have already done with the lower areas, the diploma all the way down, is the university teacher training, and probably the pre-primary diploma, which is called DECTE. I think that is the area we now need to focus on. I have had opportunity to teach at the pre-primary level for 5 years. I've taught pre-primary level for 5 years. And I think that is quite a critical area we have ignored as a country. Because we start talking about teacher training and get interested once we are talking about primary teacher training. But now we are aware the country has taken it up and moved it to diploma level, a diploma in early childhood education. That is the minimum. And therefore we are saying, if we have got any gaps, the ministry is doing its best to seal them. Allow me also to talk to the issue of transition planning. Initially, it may not have been very well focused also as a country, but with the opportunities in curriculum reforms, now we have entered it into the area of individualized education programs. And we are very aware that there is a very clear transition for children who will be following the stage-based pathway. It is very clear that transition has been brought out very clearly by CBC, that we have got the foundation level, you stay there, you acquire your skills, you go to another level all the way to vocational. That transition has been made clearer like never before. So I think that is an area that has been really focused on for children who cannot follow the age-based pathway. That one for them, that transition is clear. Save for a child then who needs an individualized education program. And if that child is there, we have said we have inbuilt now transition planning as the last section of individualized education program. So then that one now has been catered for. I think I can move the rest to do with school psychologists, the issue of not being able to access the Ministry of Education, the issue of policy and data for learners with special needs, and any other issue that was raised to my director.
Thank you very much, Daniel. And I also continue to appreciate whatever is coming from the floor, some of which are very strong recommendations or suggestions that we need to follow up. Daniel was noting down the issues as they came, and I know he has spoken to quite a few of them. So Daniel, I'll make a few general comments, and then if perchance have left something specific that was meant for me, you let me know. Now, you know, some of these things, actually, it's a matter of personal perception, which is sometimes based on personal experience. I want to believe that in this very room, there is seated somebody who has a different take on whether the ministry is accessible or not. Probably the experience of the person who raised that was that it was difficult. But I can assure you that the ministry is there to serve this country. And speaking for the Directorate of Special Needs Education, we try at all times to be available, because in our engagement with the people whom we serve, we end up also getting solutions. If your experience is different, let me take the earliest opportunity to apologize, but be assured that the ministry, I believe across the ministry, and particularly our directorate, is very accessible, and feel welcome and come and raise any issue that you might have. Just to comment or to add on to what Daniel has said about transition, there's also that transition from the learning institution and into the world of work of the community. And while a component of that really should be handled by a different department, I know specifically for learners with intellectual and developmental disabilities, we've had a bit of a challenge of that. And that's an area where the country really needs to put its heads together and see how best to handle that part. Otherwise, from different levels of education, that is what the CBC is trying to address. And we do hope that with the CBC, it is all going to go well. I think there was a suggestion as whether we need school psychologists, where we need to have them. The answer is, I think yes. In the education system, the psychologists, especially the education psychologists, and other psychologists play a very critical role. We recognize that teachers have, to some extent, part of that as their training. But, it really would be a good thing if every school can have not just a psychologist, but many other professionals, including social workers, maybe a medic, but the issues we are discussing. I think in my very first economics class, I was told that the definition of economics is about very limited resources trying to address unlimited, is it wants or needs? So it reaches a point where you have to make a decision as a country. What are we humanly able to do, and what are we not able to do? So I think we can put that in view. Kenya is a developing country, and I'm sure at some point we will get to where we want to be. It may not be in our lifetimes, but we might reach a point where we're having all these sets of skills available. But for the time being, we use the teachers who are available in the schools based on that partial training that they may have in those different areas. Daniel, was there something else that I was supposed to speak to? Oh, the issue of the health insurance. I agree fully, and we made a proposal that it be extended to primary schools to cater for the children with special needs at that level. It is still being considered at different levels. We still don't have an answer to that. But yes, that's a good recommendation that I agree with. I think that's the first one I began with. Yeah, that it's very, we are very accessible. Also, I think.
I think that's it, Director. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had to extend this session because we felt that it is very important, and also because it's like we are hitting two birds with one stone. The sessions that are coming will just confirm the discussion that we are having now. So at this point, I want to request that we break for lunch. We take maximum 40 minutes, and then come back for what is remaining. Meal cards are there. John will be issuing them out before you go for lunch. Up to that point, thank you so much for your contributions and for the questions and comments that you have given up to this level. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
Batemwe basalaki te, na mituni solo.
10, we should be back.
Chomongali Olingana lingaki osele Batemwe basalaki te.
Good afternoon. Who has not come? Check your neighbor and see if we can start. How was your lunch? So we will ensure that the next session we are a bit active, interactive, because I know there was ugali, fish. Oh, yeah, I know a bit of, we'll be finding some people maybe about digestion and all that. So let's start. In the program, we had said that there is a session that we want to do a presentation from what we do in the field. So maybe those ones who came late, my name is Jonah Cherutich. I work at IS Kenya. I'm in charge of programs in the country. So what we will do is just do a presentation of what we currently do in Tana River. And let me acknowledge the presence of our staff. John Dado, who is the field coordinator. We have Wendy Lois. You can wave, Wendy, who is our communication person. Then we have partners that we work with in Tana River. Rashid is there, who is advocating for the rights of people with disabilities and general issues in the county. And we also partner with the umbrella organization for people with disabilities, chaired by a gentleman known by the name Said Baboya. So this program has been in Tana River from 2015. And as my colleague Mwaura did present, is that we've been running an inclusive education project. And he talked about the 3 objectives where we're looking at contextualizing issues on inclusive education. And we're also looking at catalyzing local organizations, we call them CS group, civil society groups within the local context, to ensure that within that span of a project, probably a project could run for 3 years, 2 years, this community remains. So what can we be able to do to catalyze those civil society organizations that exist over time to ensure that they're able to push for the rights, for the needs of children with disabilities. And lastly, we're also looking at engaging formal duty bearers, moral duty bearers, to ensure that they're able to address matters inclusive education. So this project takes care of children with disabilities and also girls. I remember the director of special needs education talked about we don't leave the girls. So our project takes care of the girls in terms of certain interventions that we look at. So that in most cases, especially in marginalized communities, you'll always find girls are discriminated, girls do not have voice, and similarly also even children with disabilities. What we've been able to do over those years, we started in Madogo, which is Tana North, and we couldn't get certain, of course, offices. You know, when you're advocating for issues, and without maybe the formal duty bearers, then sometimes maybe access to those offices may be a challenge. I remember people were raising issues around accessibility to certain offices. So that was also a challenge when we started, but the project moved to Hola so that it could coordinate a number of interventions. And we've only picked 2 schools as model so that we could think about how do we replicate, how can those other organizations, institutions, groups within the community also learn from those 2 model schools. So in the 2 model schools, we've done, I would say, child-friendly facilities, whether it could be ramps, in most cases also child-friendly latrines that are disability-friendly. And we've seen a number of schools also replicate what has happened in those schools. And we're grateful that during those sessions that civil society organizations, when teachers meet, then they're able to discuss that this is what we're currently doing. Can we embrace what is happening? And you'll find in some instances, there are even schools that are far, even from where the model schools are, and they're doing that. What we've also done, and I think Mwaura worked at Kise, and we've tapped into that resource. That, you know, when you have someone who has gone through special needs education, for example, then it becomes, that person becomes a resource to the organization, and generally even to the region. And we've seen a number of trainings. We've trained over 50 teachers. And I think the director talked about the three, that analogy of the head, the hands, and the heart. So sometimes you may have trained these teachers to be able to carry out probably assessments. Like what we do is functional assessment. So sometimes when probably there are no, maybe I would talk of the center, like the EAC Center. The EAC Center was built, I think, about 1984, the one in Hola. And there are no even staff. There's only one guy, a staff, who works there, but he's also engaged in other activities. So sometimes also getting him, maybe to carry out the assessment, just like the questions that were raised. But what we've also done is to catalyze either the teachers who've been trained to be able to take this thing in their hearts. So they volunteered on Saturday. It's not a working day for government, but they volunteer on Saturday to do assessments at the EAC Center. So we also noted that the EAC Center was a bit not connected to electricity, and some of the assistive devices and some of the assessment require electricity. So we were able also to just facilitate installation of electricity into that EAC Center so that it's functional, operational. And we were also, in terms of some of the assessment tools, we were able also to support so that the EAC officer, who is called Said Gomora, can be able to do things and be able to support the teachers that are there. So I would say, if we provide probably and I would call upon civil society organizations that how can we work together with government to ensure that such services can be provided at the lowest level? The other challenge that we found was you have children with disabilities and their parents do not even have resources to reach those areas. If you look at the assessment, the EAC centers in the country, maybe one in a county. How do you expect someone from Tana Delta or is it Kambala? There's Mbalambala in North, which is almost Isiolo County, to go and get services in Hola. So sometimes we're looking also about maybe the EAC centers that are there, then we could also do maybe models within the neighboring schools. So in Madogo, we started a small assessment center within a school, and we expect that that school can be able to offer support in the region. So you'll find that some of the EAC centers are fewer. You expect that you could have 4 staff working there, but you'll always find you have 1 staff and also supporting issues around is it social these other functions they also do. Curriculum support officer. So you'll find someone is in charge of a zone, but also complementing. And as you rightly said, the director, that it's also a matter of the heart. How many of our officers have passion to serve? And that can only happen when we have attitudinal change in terms of how we engage. The other bit that we've also done is, I talked about access to resources. We noted that children with disabilities, as much as they are discriminated, sometimes they don't even have a voice. They don't have a sense of assets within the family. Many a times, even for the pastoral communities, you will find those who are able will go take care of the goats and the sheep. But what about this child with disability? So they may not even own something within the home. So what we also did in terms of supporting, I would say, psychological bit of it is to ensure that we started an income-generating activity for children with disabilities, and we were able to give them 2 goats. And when I visited them in a place called Bondeni, you would find them, holding the kid from this goat. Some of the goats have kids now, so you'll find this child with disability is now happy because he or she has something that they could call their own. And that encourages, we talked about psychological support. How can we be able to support them mentally vis-a-vis also what they face generally, even within the school compound. Then the other bit that we also noticed is the county group, of course Rashid and the team, were able to lobby. Right now we have People with Disability Act in Tana River. And we are still pushing to ensure that implementation in terms of resources allocation, that people with disabilities can access even the 20 million that had been planned for their activities so that we see them being empowered. And we've also talked about issues around awareness creation. Majority of the families may not, sometimes they feel they were cast, you have this child, people think probably this child was cast and the likes, but if they're able to meet and discuss. So we also have sessions where we send teams. We have sometimes engaging also Kenya Red Cross in partnership to ensure that they run certain sessions where people can just discuss and how best can we be able to address the matters that affect our children. So I would, maybe in just concluding, that we are quite happy that the services and the things that we've done in Tana River are some of the, I would say, you talked about, can we be able to develop a community of practice? It's possible. For us, we're in that process that we would all want to have people from across the country go and learn. We work quite well with Ministry of Education at the local level, TSC, because we've even had some MOUs with the TSC that is it possible that can we have these teachers stay longer in the schools? Because what is the point of training? Then within a short period of time, they've moved. But we also encourage that probably in case where it's that they have to move, then they could also go and maybe extend that service in those areas that they've moved into. So I would say it's about leadership. If government provides leadership in the local context, then I think for the non-state actors, it would be far much better that we can collaborate, that we can be able to support each other. So that is maybe in a nutshell what we do. And you will also be able to maybe get more information in the documents that I shared. And we're looking forward into engaging. I know yesterday I participated in a meeting within the Directorate of Partnership at Jogo House. And we're also looking at how many more organizations also can be able to, I think the direction that government is taking, that who is where, so that we can be able to put more synergy, put more effort, complement each other, because we are serving the same people in Kenya, unless, we are in Kenya. So if we could be able to work together, support each other, complement, then we'll be able to put more resources. I remember Director talking about probably we may require trillions of shillings. Have we assessed all the partners that are there that they could be even pool resources up to trillion shillings? It's possible. So it's about how do we come together to ensure that we can be able to learn, complement, and support each other. Thank you, and may the Lord bless you.
So it's all about working in partnership, working together. And we are told that it is a work in progress. So it is, inclusive education is a continuous thing. We will get there, But until we get there, we will always do what we can in partnership together. Thank you very much for sharing the model in Tana River. I have personally been there, and I can attest to the fact that things are working. I witnessed a situation where 2 children were not going to school when I was there, and I felt like if it could be like this every day for every child, then we would have a better country. So there is this person who is living with a disability physically. Was it? Yeah, he's blind. And he had 2 children who are walking with him around. These children are supposed to be in school, but they were not going to school. So when these people were passing, it happened that there are officers who had tried to intervene, including one of the people who is the chair, I think the chair and the vice for the Association of People Living with Disability. They had even visited this man at home and told him that you should not work with these children, they're supposed to be in school. But he didn't listen. So on that particular day, when we had another meeting, he was passing. And he was told, these children were taken away from him. He was very harsh and went chanting. But that was not what amazed me. What amazed me is that the officers who were there took this matter and addressed it there and then. This child was sent for assessment, and one of the children had a mental disability. The other one was a boy, and the other girl, by that time, was expectant. She had dropped out of school. Her story was also known because the children's officer had even tried to help her out while in school, but it never worked. She dropped again. So after the assessment, a meeting was invited. That meeting was chaired by the Deputy County Commissioner, who was there. And the meeting invited the children and their parents. And the IAC officer was also there, who had done an assessment, gave his report. The person who had gone to the hospital also went with the girl, gave a report. And after listening to the parents and everyone, this boy was taken back to school. What else would you ask for? If you can find a solution there and then, I think that is the Kenya that we want. So that boy was, there was a teacher from one of the schools that was handling children with mental disability, one of the special schools around there. And the parents were directed on what they needed to do for their child to be admitted. And when I followed up, that child is in school, the boy is in school. The girl had a different case because she was already expectant, and the stage where she was, she needed some time. So I'm not sure how far that case has gone, but what I wanted to share is just how much things can work. And these are some of the models that I think if we can replicate in other areas, where government doesn't have adequate resources, then partners can come on board and ensure that all over the country, our children can be able to go to school and finish their education as expected. So thank you very much for that. Let me invite Odindo to take us through the policy proposals that came from the special needs thematic group. No, please come up. Yes, like I said earlier, as Odindo is walking up, most of the things that we had talked to have already been discussed. So even as he presents, it will just be a confirmation that we are reading from the same script. Karibu sana, Bwana Odindo.
Good afternoon, everyone. The director and his colleague from KSA is beating us 10-0 in our own game, because when the thematic group came up with some issues and recommendations, they already have them at fingertips as if they were part of the meeting. So we are confused for what to do, but all the same, we'll have to present it because that was one of the things that brought us here. So on the key summary issues that came up in that thematic group, one of them was inadequate barrier-free environment in all our institutions of learning and training for learners and trainees with disabilities. The second one, inadequate quality specialized learning resources, assistive devices, and technologies to improve learning and training for learners with special needs and disabilities. The third one was inadequate integrated data management and system for children with disabilities. The fourth one was inadequate qualified personnel, professional staff, and their continuous development in learning institutions to attend to all categories of special needs and disability. The next one was inadequate awareness about issues surrounding learners and trainees with disability among service providers, policymakers, parents, and community at large. And then the last one was ineffective coordination and participation of actors involved in the provision of education, training, and support services for learners and trainees with disabilities. I think you're right, those are the things that you also talked about, but it also came up in our thematic group. So the recommendations that we came up with were 10, and they were as follows. 1, provide disability-friendly infrastructure in all schools to promote access to education for all learners. 2, provide adequate funding to schools for acquisition and maintenance of assistive devices, and adapted teaching and learning resources for learners with disability. 3, increase and disaggregate capitation grants for children with disabilities with regard to type and severity of disability. 4, establish a strong integrated data management system for learners with disabilities in collaboration with other relevant ministries, departments, and agencies. And then 5th, employ and redeploy adequate qualified teachers and support staff working with learners and trainees with disabilities, and enhance provision of learning support services. 6, provide adequate equipment for assessment of learners with disability. 7, strengthen monitoring utilization of equipment and other resources to ensure maintenance of up-to-date records in schools. 8, sensitize all stakeholders on issues on non-discrimination, inclusiveness, equity, and the right to education. 9, strengthen coordination of actors involved in education for learners with special needs and disabilities, and ensure their participation in planning, implementation, monitoring, and reporting of inclusive initiatives. And then the last one, conduct grassroots mobilization on children with disabilities and special needs in education by sensitizing parents and guardians to take up more effective role in education of their learners. That was the last one. So I think I'm done because after all, you had mentioned these issues, you had the recommendations at fingertips, so we are left with very little to do. So long as we've got the point, we are done. Thank you so much.
Odindo is trained in special needs education, so he has this way of handling everyone that is special in its way. So thank you very much, Odindo, for that summary presentation. You can attest to what I have been saying, that the issues that had been prioritized by the thematic group has actually come out in the discussion. Is that true? Yeah, we have spoken to everything. So when you talk about awareness, when you talk about teachers, when you talk about the learning environment or the infrastructure, those are the issues that came out that were prioritized. There were many issues, but those are the ones that were prioritized. And I want to appreciate this team for having come up with the recommendations. I think the director has had them. They are not any different from what we discussed earlier, but it is good just to take note so that where those recommendations can improve what is already there, then you can consider. Quickly to the way forward. We have heard, we have talked, and this far, it is good now for us to come up with some actions. What is it that we want to do from here so that it doesn't just end at talking? I think for me, what I can say that really stands out is that some of the issues that we had during the discussion, already we realized that there are some actions that are going on. There are things that are happening to address some of the gaps that we had identified earlier. That needs to be noted. So moving forward as a group, our focus is education for learners with disability. After this policy forum, what is it that we want to engage in? What is it that we want to do? And here, I will propose that we come up with maybe 3 or 4 maximum. In addition to everything else that we will be doing as individual organizations, I think the director in his presentation proposed to us some of the ways through which partners we can support the implementation of the policy. Some of the recommendations speak to us individually. So there are things that in your own programming, you ensure that you include education for learners with disability. It is part and parcel of inclusive education. So in your programming, ensure that you do that. We can support some of the initiatives that he had proposed. But moving forward as a group, what is it that we want to take home? And I'm opening up the floor so that we have 3 or 4 points on the way forward. And here we must go straight to the point. No stories, no explanations, just 3, maximum 4. Or from here we go back to our offices and continue with business as usual. If that is what you feel, you should also tell us. We have talked, we have listened, and now we are on the way forward. Yes, Paul. Okay, we are coming back to you. From here, what next? Yes.
I think from here, first I'd like to thank all the presenters who've come, preceded myself, and particularly the presenter from Tana River. I mean, I think it was IAS, on this psychological support to the children themselves. You know, if you read all our recommendations, including the one that we just mentioned here, there are other people to the children, something to the children. But there's this specific one that they did, where they even mentioned that they bought 2 goats per child or something like that. So that's one thing I think going forward, at perhaps at individual organization level, it would be good to try it out, to just see how it picks out, because it really speaks to me. The psychosocial counseling to the children, and then the direct support to the children themselves. Thank you.
Okay. So he talks about what we can do as individual organizations, and he's pointing out psychosocial support and support to the children themselves. Can go to Agnes. I said 3. This one speaks to individuals, so 3 that we can do together.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. I thank God to be here today. As an organization, we have several initiatives on education, but on specific one, the issues of child safety and protection, it cuts across, whether the child is special need or a normal child. So as an organization, we would love to partner with the Elimu Yetu Coalition. We have started some talks with also aspect of KICD coming on board, National Police Service coming on board, because child safety cuts across, and to mitigate issues of crime and violence within our learning institutions. So for us, it is something ongoing, and we are looking forward to get someone from the Ministry of Education to join us. We had shared with Elizabeth. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that, Agnes. There is a hand from Ruth here. Ruth is here.
I'm happy because of whatever has happened in this house today, because it is very encouraging and it has a lot of weight in our areas of operation. I think from here, it's also good as individual organization to involve other stakeholders at the county level to join us in this campaign, and also try to be involved in the budget processes of the county, because like when we had a public participation on budget, I looked at the document and a lot of things were missing. Actually, it had not captured anything concerning inclusive education and also creating friendly environment to children with disability. And because I was in that panel, I tried to push for some space on the budget. So when they do budgeting, they also consider to construct toilets which are friendly to these children. So I think involvement and collaboration with the county government is also very crucial, because at the national level, some of us are not very close to those, although I know we are well represented by our staff. But at the county level, I think the individual organizations should have a lot of weight on it. Thank you.
She's talking about, I think, budget advocacy at the county, but also at the national, which I think is key. Because if we want budget to be increased, then you must advocate for it. Okay. There are hands. Give that one, and then there is another hand there.
Which one? Amukoba?
Tim and Rashida together, you can give.
Okay, I think I'm humbled by a lot of learning that has taken place in this place. And my take home this afternoon is number one, we're going to do a lot of sensitization. We take care of children. We take care of orphans and abandoned. We take care of the vulnerable group. So one of the things is that we're going to take a lot of key in sensitizing the families, the caregivers with children who are vulnerable in this area. And at the same time also, we're going to do a lot of psychosocial support to support, to talk to the children who have these issues, just to encourage them, give them hope, cutting across, because we all over the country. So that is the key thing, psychosocial support to both the caregivers and also the children, and also the teachers, so that the teachers can also understand the kind of the children they're handling. Then lastly, I want to suggest that just like there we have the campaign of the child abuse, and there's no police post that doesn't have a child's desk or children's desk, then I'll also recommend that in all the police desks, let's also have a desk for the police post. Let us also have a desk that is advocating for children with learning disabilities or children who are special, so that in the event of any issue, especially the child abuse or anything, then we have somebody who is trained, specifically an officer, to address that child as a vulnerable child with the special issues that they are affecting these children. So the way we did in the child abuse, we also need to do this again for children who are having learning, who are having issues. A desk for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. He's talked about sensitization and awareness creation, but also advocating for a desk for children with disability at the police post. I had asked for 4, we are exceeding, but it's okay. We will prioritize in our planning.
We are not only advocating for the addition of the budget, we also need to know how that fund is being utilized within our county.
Budget tracking.
That is budget tracking. And nafikiria our chairman, our coordinator, elimu yetu, ametupatia information on the funds ambazo zimekuwa devolved kule chini. Na masuala kama hayo. We need to go for that.
Thank you.
Yes, and then another thing is about information strategy, because there's a concern who was raised by another person from here, that we need also to advocate for. As we are talking, we have what we call Access to Information Act of 2016.
Access to information.
Yes, that we need also to train our civil society members that how to get information from them, from the government, duty bearers.
Okay. Thank you. Team, very briefly.
Oh, thank you very much. What I recommend is these policy recommendations, we aggressively go on being proactive in having them implemented at the national level and at the local level. At the local level, that is what I would recommend. Okay. Another issue is about what our executive secretary here said about data management, data disappearing.
Way forward.
Yeah, so way forward we fight for such things not to happen. Joseph had talked about 20 billion shillings disappearing every day. It is not known whether that money was used or it was unspent or it was embezzled. So in this case, we have to monitor the expenditure. And even where necessary, we engage in public litigation. You have seen the public litigation being instituted against this principle, whereby the child was molested through sodomy. So we should be very proactive.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So please don't repeat. Let's just speak the points that have not been spoken. There are only 2 hands that are remaining. Yes, Christine.
Thank you so much. I also feel that there is also need of creating forums of sensitization and creating awareness involving the special needs and also, if possible, caregivers and even teachers and the other organizations. And also, we should be thinking of giving these special needs a chance to feel their feelings and also their challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. Sensitization, awareness creation. Please don't repeat. If a point has been taken, we have taken note. If it has been said, we have taken note. Yes, Omukunda. Okay, go ahead, John.
Okay, samahani, sijaongea kutoka asubuhi.
Endelea.
Asante kwa kupewa fursa. Hii mikutano katika kiwango cha gatuzi na katika kiwango hiki tulicho imetupa miamko mpya. Maombi yangu katika mwelekeo ya kwamba mashirika mengine pia yajitokeze ili yawe yatasimamia gharama kama hizi, ili mikutano isisimame. Wakati pengine IAS Kenya itakuja pengine itakatika mguu, iwe haitaweza kuendeleza, hii mikutano itasimama katika mwelekeo mpya. Mashirika yaingie, IAS Kenya ifanye mwezi huu, mwezi ujao shirika lingine, mwezi ule mwingine, katika hali ya kuendeleza mikutano kama hii katika kiwango cha gatuzi na kiwango hiki cha kitaifa.
Okay. Continuation.
Asante.
So that we don't stop. Thank you. Omukunda. And I think then we have one last hand.
Thank you. I have the simplest one, but very confidential.
Way forward.
Assistive equipments. The DPK is producing the equipment. Those equipments must be driven back to the local community. It should not be left for donors to buy them and give our people.
Thank you. Mukunda, that is very important. I hope I'm not leaving anyone out. That is the
Okay,
last
let me
time.
I need to say something else. I had not talked today. And I think he has already said what I wanted to say. It was just about multi-stakeholders approach.
Yes.
Multi-stakeholders approach, both from, because the major gap that we had, it's about the gap between local and national. If we embrace the multi-stakeholders approach, that is all the sectors. Like the way today, actually, we are very grateful for our team from KISE and also Ministry of Education and CSOs. We are together, we have come together as in one forum whereby we are raising out issues, listening to each other. If we can do the same from the local level, from the county level, where we come from in those areas where we come from, we have the multi-stakeholders forum, whereby we can raise issues the way we have raised it today. And then we come up with a document, we forward it. Because some of the issues we are raising today, they can only be handled at the local level. That is, for example, the awareness creation, whereby we need some areas the BOMs are doing so well, some are not doing so well, about inclusive, about infrastructure. So from here, we need to uphold that multi-stakeholders approach so that we can have the integration of everything. And also, my brother there has talked about budget tracking. We need to do that. And KISE said they will try and follow up about data. We are so much about data. I think that is something we are still reminding KISE, that even as a CSOs, we are really, sometimes we get confused about that data. So we are looking forward to achieving that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think as we conclude, I had said the last one, but it's okay. I will not deny parents an opportunity to give us a way forward.
Going forward, the issue of data, the parents are very key and caregivers to give the actual data. So we need to see how this sensitization and awareness and advocacy can reach the school levels, not through the BOMs. Let me give you the information that the BOMs may not do any much, but through the Parents Association, who have a representative in every stream, in every class, we can be able to have that actual data. If we can collaborate, the CSO plus KISE, the ministry, to get the assistance. In fact, through the NPA, we can get that information. So it is how are we going to collaborate that that data can be at the table, actually the actual data, so that even those parents who hide the kids can come up and know that there is a system that is going to assist them. Most of them shy of fear of actually bringing the kids out. So it is important that from here, NPA may be seen to be a very big organization, but I always say it is an organization that works with the name, but no office, no any other place to have that. But we only rely on our members at the school level. So how are we going to assist this body so that KISE and the CSOs can get the actual information? Wherever they need it, we give actual information, not actual data that is somebody sits somewhere and creates, generates, then gives to KISE, then it goes to the ministry. Then when they are doing budgeting, they do budgeting which is not actual. So that these people can also be given information on budget tracking so that they can be able to follow that money. Capitation imekuja, ya shule ni ngapi, ya special people, kids with disability ni ngapi, and how it has been spent.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think we are all agreeing that we must work in partnership. So be it data, be it awareness and sensitization, be it budget advocacy and budget tracking, all these proposals that we have made, we need to work in partnership. It is something that you cannot do alone. So where we are at the county level, let us organize ourselves and do what we can. At the national level, let us also do what we can. The other request that I also want to make to both KISE and to the Directorate of Special Needs Education is that these stakeholders who are here are very much interested in working on matters special needs education. So we are requesting that we walk together, this journey that you are walking. Can we then walk together so that we see how we can support each other in addressing these gaps that we have highlighted? We talked about implementation of the policy. It is something that the ministry has acknowledged that they cannot do it alone. They need all of us. But we cannot work, all of us, if the ministry does not even know some of the partners that are working in this area. How can we all come together and support the implementation of the policy? So we are very keen on some of the processes that are ongoing and request that we are made to be part and parcel of that journey so that then together, even other issues that have come up, we are able to work with both KISE and the department to be able to address them. I think that is all I can say. The way forward, we will document them. It will be part of the report, and we will also follow up to ensure that they are well implemented. So mine, because I will not get the opportunity to speak again, so I want to appreciate everyone for coming here today from Elimu Yetu Coalition. We are very much grateful that you created time to be here today. It has been a journey, and we have made it work. Allow me to invite my national coordinator to say one or two, and invite the director to give his final comments as we close the meeting.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for facilitating the day. I think it has been a long day, but it has been very, very, very productive to all of us and the objective that was actually aimed at. First, I also, on my part, just want to thank you all. I want to really thank the Directorate from the Ministry for being here with us, for taking time, clarifying issues, giving us positions, and we have seen the position that the technical team undertook and actually held was actually the position that was even coming from the government. And it is very, very exciting when you find that you're talking in the same vein, you understand the issues, and probably you have got also the solutions. I also want to thank KISE for the input that you provided. In the spirit of accountability from the government's part, we have been able to understand how matters and how situations work. IAS, I'm extremely grateful. Like somebody observed, actually, before, without the support of IAS, this function would not have been possible. In the morning, I told you, especially the civil society entities, that we need to invest in processes. We need to take over from where IAS has left and move with the process, because this is the only way that we can be strong. I also cited in the morning that it's a beginning of a conversation. And the beauty of this thing, okay, we began small, like just a special committee, thematic group, but we have expanded a little bit. And through snowballing, we can be able to grow and grow and grow and really have a voice on special needs education, really come out strongly. The beauty of everything here is that on the part of the government and ourselves, we are speaking the same language. If we can come together and work, then at the end of the day, the learners with special need are the ones that are really going to benefit. And that campaign that we undertake to ensure that every child has that basic right to education will be fulfilled. It is not an easy journey. We have always said that it cannot be easy. We know that the resources are scarce. But if we come together, we might just be surprised at what we can be able to do. The matter of data, it has come up, and it's really disturbing and unsettling us, because the unsettling part of it is Nowadays, any intervention cannot take place without you having adequate data. There's a part the government can play, but there's also a part that we can also start generating evidence from where we are and where we are operating. Some of the programs being implemented in Tana River, and even with some of our players, I think can go a long way in generating evidence that we can actually present and say, okay, as a challenge, can we scale this one up? Can we use this as a basis of actually informing and making a recommendation with regard to matters or way forward to help children with disabilities? I also want to say that for us to develop, we must also understand, and I've said this severally, things have changed. The days whereby we used to look at the government from that particular angle and blast and look for something that is not working and focus on it, those days are gone. The development world has shifted. It's about working, coming together, looking at the gaps, and every other part playing its responsibility. People are moving together. So within that spirit of moving together, if you are the government and you're not responding, we are going to tell you. And that same measure also applies to us. As civil society entities, if we are not accountable, somebody else will hold us to account. That is how things have shifted. Once you understand that, then you can be able to make your contribution as a civil society entity and also as a government. We are in all this together. Those are my remarks for now, and it is my pleasure at this particular moment to invite the Director of Special Needs Education, Dr. Haga, to come here to give us his remarks and probably closing remarks for the day. Karibu. Oh, the microphone. No, you don't need to move. Let me give you the microphone. Yeah, so that you want to move?
I think allow me to move.
Okay, please. Otherwise, thank you from my part.
Thank you very much. The National Coordinator, my colleague from KISE, Mr. Mora, and all the participants who have been part of this discussion today. I am extremely excited and proud to have been part of the engagement that we've had since morning. I am excited because the situation in the subsector, that is learners with disabilities and other special needs, is one that requires a really collective effort so that we may be able to support the learners and give them the chances that you and I had that made us who we are today. And on behalf of the Ministry of Education, I want to assure all of us that we are committed to such engagements because, and I had mentioned this earlier when giving some remarks, it is in such fora that we get feedback regarding what we do and feedback regarding the situation in the country as a whole, because we do know that your networks reach every corner of this country. The documents that guide the work that is being undertaken at the Ministry of Education are documents that were developed through participatory and consultative processes, be it the Constitution of the country, be it the Basic Education Act, be it the sessional paper, the National Education Sector Strategic Plan, or be it the sector policy that was our focus today. And these documents are not just developed because we need to develop documents. They are developed because they guide our operations, but because they also represent the aspirations of the citizens of this country. And it is therefore your right as an individual and as an organization to interrogate the status of their implementation and give your views on what you think and what you believe would be the best way of realizing the aspirations captured therein. We have had and we were taking notes. We have had, and I'm happy that there was a lot of similarities between whatever we said and what the thematic technical group came up with. That is already a starting point because we are talking about the same issues and sharing ideas which happen to be the same on how to address those issues. I am pledging our commitment to taking up those issues and running them through our processes so that we may be able to add value to the service that we provide to this country as a ministry, as a directorate. One of the speakers said that the work is easy as a consequence of there being similarities in those issues. Actually, I think the work is of this particular phase and this particular engagement is just starting because now we have a focus of looking at addressing some of those. And we are hoping that we will up our game when it comes to the engagements with each and every one of you. And I know that you come from different backgrounds. We have trade unions, we have other civil society players, we have some of you who happen to be working for government in different capacities. We have those who support their partners in terms of funding. We are appealing that please let us engage so that the issues that have been raised here today can be taken up and adequately addressed through your involvement. I'm also inviting all of us to take time in this moment of educational reforms in this country. Take time to understand the reforms that are going on, starting from the curriculum reforms. I know the CBC has been discussed ad nauseam. Please take time to understand it, and should there be areas that you feel you're not really understanding, feel free to walk into any relevant institution like the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, where we are today, or the Ministry of Education, and engage. And it will be extremely helpful if you, who is interested in the education of learners with disability and special needs, would be able to see the nexus between the syllabus, the curriculum, and service provision for that particular population. There are other reforms that are going on, and there are definitely going to be other engagements. And I know EYC, being a critical stakeholder of the ministry, is always invited, be it issues of planning, be it issues of further policy development, or in your different roles, monitoring the implementation of a document like the sector policy. We will appreciate formal feedback that can point us to the right direction where we can direct our energies so that we do make this country one that takes care of all its children and its learners. The sector policy has been taken up by many countries and is being used as a basis of developing policies in other countries. And we are happy to let those other countries that have seen some importance in the document go ahead with what they're doing. But that is really not why we developed the policy and launched it. It was developed for this country, and therefore our energies should be focused on ensuring that it is fully implemented. Thank you so much. I believe the discussions that we had today were open, free, flowing, and frank, and I believe they have added a lot of value. Feel free not just to engage with the Directorate of Special Needs Education, but the ministry as a whole, because it is your right, and those institutions are there to serve this country. I had made this appeal earlier, but I wish to repeat that let us join hands as a country in our different capacities and different geographical locations and work together to ensure that children with disabilities are fully included in the education system in this country. It was really nice being here, and thank you so much. Asante.
Thank you very much. Let's have a word of prayer from John. And after this, we are going to have a photo session, group photo for all of us. I also want to announce that there is a small transport that has been sent to your M-Pesa. I hope you have received it. Thank you. John, karibu.
Let's stand up and pray while believing. Oh, Father God, we are thankful that you gave us the breath of life. We are thankful that we've been here since morning till now. We are thankful that whatever we have discussed has been very fruitful and is going to be the way forward as we move out of this hall. Father, we are also thankful again that we had our
our visitor, guest of honors here, and whatever we discussed, they have taken them positively, though there was some criticism here and there, but it was positive criticism. Dear Father, we pray that all that we have done here today, all that we have discussed here today, will bear fruit, and that we are going to move forward to support children with special needs, special education needs, and children with disabilities. We pray in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, and saying amen.
Outside.